Drumroll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Robin Van Velzen! Game on.
That's the darts to take us all the way.
108!
It's becoming a bit of a pattern there.
Perfectly situated for another, gets another, double eight. What a finish!
Double 19 now for double 18. Double 18 incoming.
Game
A
shot
nice
on
little
the
ton
second
topper
leg.
there
Colin Osborne.
from Osborne.
Double 16. He's thriving now.
U2 109, he is going to get a double. At least he should get a dart. So double top.
Bradley with a chance of a potential 2-darter. Treble 18 will be the next shot. For double 12, this is so much better. 15-darter.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Bradley Ruse.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's week number 2, and we can't wait to get started because we've got 12 new players for you this week. Last week was fabulous with a new winner in week 1, but this week we could just have the same because there are so many talents who haven't succeeded here yet who could definitely do so. Trina Gulliver is with us once again for Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday this week, and week 2 does promise quite a lot.
Yeah, there's some great players in that lineup, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting week.
Week 1 did deliver. It gave us drama to the very end. And how is Jeff Smith feeling knowing that the first title is in the bag? But it wasn't easy, was it?
It wasn't easy by a long way. And, you know, with his week, he had a brilliant Monday, a terrible Tuesday, and managed to bring it all back on the Wednesday to get him through to win the Group A, to get him through to the Saturday. But yeah, Saturday evening wasn't easy either. And but he dug in and found the quality that he is.
Danny Ayres, I'm sure, will be very disappointed not to get over the line because he did have darts to win the weekly title, but a personal best run for him. But now Jeff Smith can look forward to the middle of August for Champions Week. But before we look too further into the future, we're going to look at and see who is part of our week here this week. So Group A will be over the next 3 days. We will have Jamie Hughes, Colin Osborne, Jack Tweddle, Stevie Johnston, Bradley Ruse and Kent Sivertsen, who may be a new name to a lot of you out there. And later in the week, we will welcome back the Series 6 champion, Scott Taylor, alongside Lewis Gurney and Mike Warburton. Wes Newton hasn't been here for a while. Tom Cronwell and Lloyd Walker will get a return, the lad from Portsmouth. But Group A this week, Trina, it promises a lot because we've got a lot of experience there with the likes of Hughes, Osborne and Stevie Johnston. But maybe Jack Tweddle is someone that people should look out for.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Jack's on really good form at the moment, playing well in the Challenge Tour. And, you know, he's got one of them under his belt just recently. So he's coming here in great form. So he's definitely one to look out for.
Colin Osborne is going to excite a lot of people when he comes back here. He will headline this group because of his experience. This is what he's done in previous times, a high average of over 107. That's always a good thing. He was the runner-up in Series 4, losing out to a certain Luke Littler. But 2 weekly titles, hasn't won a title since Series 4. The hunger will definitely be there to put that right.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he loves playing here as well. You know, he likes this place. And, yeah, he's always there and thereabouts. So he'll be wanting to do well this week.
We're going to look at the odds now to see what the odds compilers think of this week. Because when you have a series title in the bank, they'll probably look at someone like Scott Taylor, who is the favourite for this week. He's at 4-1. When it comes to Colin Osborne, his odds will be a third favourite. But is that fair to say that because you've done well here before, that's why your odds will be quite slim?
I think it accounts for something because you know the stage, you know the atmosphere that it brings, and yeah, so you're more comfortable here than maybe some of the others. So yeah, I think that can play a part in the odds.
Form definitely takes part as well, because Jack Tweddle is second favourite this week. And I think that sounds about right considering what he's doing at the minute.
Yeah, that's justified. Like I said, he's doing well on the Challenge Tour at the moment, and yeah, he comes in here in great form. So yes, that's justified.
Well, Osborne and Hughes are going to go head-to-head in our first game this morning. And I had a chat with Colin Osborne this morning just to see how he was feeling ahead of his first game against Jamie Hughes. So here's what he had to say. Colin, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Not your first time here, obviously one of the most seasoned campaigners that we've had. But does it feel different coming back after many series for another challenge?
Not so much, Paul. It's I relish the challenge coming down, you know, and it's always nice to come back. It's a great venue, the throw on the stage, everything's fantastic, you know, so I look forward to coming back always.
Are there any little intricacies this week that you think you can play on, something that you feel that other people might struggle with?
I think that boils down to experience. You know, it's just I've been here many times. You know, I've won a couple of them. I've made the Saturday night so many times. You know, so and like always, when I go out and play, I'll recall on my experience and see where it takes me.
Experience is going to be part of the narrative today, because you saw Jeff Smith on Saturday night winning his first Saturday night. Does that give you a little bit of extra impetus to maybe join him in Champions Week?
It does, and it's like you say, there's always a bit more space for us, you know, us oldies. Or us are there that are a bit more mature, let's say. But no, it was a great result for Jeff the weekend, you know. So no, we'll come in, and always I'll treat it like I do. I'm here to compete, and I'll see where it takes me.
Form's been pretty good lately. Your challenge tour stuff has been very noticeable, and a certain Jack Tweddle was on your radar recently. So how are you looking forward to playing against him this week?
Always, I'm a competitive person, Paul. You know that, and yeah, I'm a bit like an elephant. I don't forget.
We wish you all the best, Colin.
Thank you.
He doesn't forget. Well, we're going to talk about his career at length at points this week. Colin Osborne has been doing great stuff in the world of darts for, let's say, about 18, 19 years. And he's not 50 yet, so he's not really an oldie. But Jamie Hughes, back at the Modus Super Series here for the second time this year, 39 years of age, definitely not an oldie. But maybe looking a little bit younger today because he's got rid of the beard. I think it's nice to see the old school Yozza back. But the man who's 10 years his senior has got a lot more experience in this building. They will duke it out in the first game of week number 2. Just a matter of a week ago, at this point, we were thinking about the likelihood of Jeff Smith potentially making the Saturday final. He did. He wouldn't lose a game on Monday. But things weren't that simple in the end. This is
First
a marathon,
leg,
not a
Jamie
sprint.
to throw first. Game on.
So this is where it all starts. Week number 2 starts right here, and Yozza will get us underway. He's looking well as Jamie. He's had his injury problems over the years. He's had one of the best throws in world darts for many, many years. But it's interesting that he's decided to get rid of the beard, Trina. He's
57.
decided to go back to the aerodynamic look.
It'll probably grow this week back again. But yeah, you can see his lovely face now, can't you?
It's always nice to hear his voice as well.
60.
He's got one of the more recognisable voices in the sport.
Yeah, from Tipton, in the West Midlands, in the Black Country.
100.
He's up against Osborne, who has played in a lot of matches here. Over 250, in fact. In the all-time list, he's right up there in the top 5.
124.
With 2 weekly titles. And pretty much the only thing he hasn't done in this format is win a series. And he was mighty close in Series 4. Losing out to Luke Littler, who was defending the
96.
title that night. He didn't play particularly well in the final, but he did just about enough to take Colin out.
43.
Having a chat with Colin this morning off camera, he was talking about the intricacies of playing a Group A situation.
100.
Let's face it, he knows it more than most. But he knows that you don't necessarily have to get off to a hot start. You've got to be able to finish the job. And that's where he really does find his best starts. When you have to.
78.
He'll
Colin, you
use this
require
first game to try and
148.
bed himself in.
Yeah, they all will. That's their first games of today. It will just be a steady start, hoping to get
140.
settled in
Jamie, you require
and
96.
find their rhythm a bit. So 96 now for Jamie. Wanted the treble 20. Doesn't find the treble 17. So Colin will be back for double 4.
36. Colin, you require 8.
Throughout the course of this week, you will see Osborne leave tops a lot. I said tops, not twos. But twos
Next
give him
on
the first leg of the week.
Colin Osborne.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't mind which double it is, as long as he
Second
hits
leg,
it.
it's Colin to the row first.
Yeah, it's a steady
Game on.
start. 18-dart break. If you put these two nicknames together, it sounds like a Harry Potter book. Yozza and the Wizard.
96.
It does indeed, doesn't it? Watch this space. Can you imagine either of them as writers?
If I'm being honest, no.
59.
I agree.
Do you know the first print of the first Harry Potter book didn't actually have the author's name as J.K. Rowling? It had her actual name in it. That's why the first copy of the Harry Potter book is so valuable, because it has a lot of differences with the mass-produced things.
No, I didn't know that.
136.
I should be looking for a copy then.
You find it, you're going to be
Paying through the
probably
nose for it.
retiring. Osborne is a PDC title winner in his career, as
60.
is Jamie. Jamie won the 2019 Czech Darts Open in Prague. And the reputation of that event, it lives on. He beat Stephen Bunting in that final. And you speak to anybody who was at that event, they say it was the hottest event they've ever been to. It was in early July of 2019. And anybody who survived that weekend,
140.
they will tell you that you couldn't get enough ice. You were desperately looking for shade. But on the stage, Jamie survived the heat. And it didn't bother him.
98.
He played very well.
Colin, you require 80.
I said that Osborne would leave tops a lot. He leaves it.
40. Jamie, you require 68.
Not to be found. So Jamie here a chance to level the match. Tops now for the
Next on
second leg.
Jamie
And does
Hughes.
indeed level the match at 1 apiece. And that is a break of throw too. So
Third
gets his
leg,
throw
it's
back.
Jamie to the row first. Game on.
And everything's equal yet again.
Got such a beautiful throw. Always has had. And that tops was right in the middle.
134.
That'll do his confidence the world of good.
Yeah, throws his dart very hard. Does Jamie. Very direct. Nice follow through as well.
125.
I think he's got the best in the world when it comes to that follow through. Look at this. Look at the purpose of every dart. Look at the line he throws down. If you're going
100.
to copy a throw or mimic something about a throw, just use Jamie Hughes. Not every throw is going to be aesthetically perfect.
95.
But every now and again, it's the same in any sport. You watch Sachin Tendulkar at the crease. You watch Jamie Hughes on a dartboard. You watch Louis Oosthuizen swing a golf club.
60.
And technically you think, what could possibly go wrong?
And his stance as well is solid. His body doesn't move at all. Whereas with Colin, there's a little bit of a rock
58.
there.
Yeah, Colin's gone through an entire rebuild in his career. Around 2009, Osborne was genuinely
134.
one of the top 5 players in the world. He made the UK Open final. He beat Phil Taylor to win the Championship League. And I can say hand on heart, I saw Colin up close that year.
48.
And he was
Jamie
astonishing.
requires 73.
He's going to lead tops again. Again, it is with 1 dart.
Game
And that's
shot
all
on
he
the
needs
third
for a
leg.
2-1 lead
Jamie
off
Hughes.
first hole to throw.
2 out of 2 for Jamie at the moment.
Fourth
Averages
leg, it's Colin to throw
90.19
first.
for Jamie.
Game on.
85.87 for Colin. So, top game here to start this week's matches off.
140.
We've got some experience here this week. Scott Taylor, one of the best talents never to have won a PDC title. But he has won a series here. He'll be in Group B
96.
later in the week. Wes Newton's going to be here in Group C with Tom Cromwell and Lloyd Walker. It will be fascinating to see what Wes brings this week.
Yeah, well, Wes played in the Legends Week earlier on in the year.
100.
And, yeah, he was great fun to be around. Cheeky chappy. And, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on this week.
97.
Speaking of cheeky chappies, we've got Mike Warburton coming in Group B as well with Lewis Gurney, as they will join Scott Taylor. But there are many different stories to iron out over the course of the week. I am particularly interested
40.
to see Kent Sivertsen here this week. He's in Group A. He's from Norway. And he will be playing at the PDC World Cup in the next few weeks. So this could well prove to be
109.
a valuable exercise for him to get into gear before he partners Core Decker in Frankfurt in about 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, ideal practice situation.
91.
Keep his arm flowing, and it'll give him an indication as to how he's performing going into that.
This is good from Hughes. He scored 114. Now, one of the reasons why he's just making sure here is because on the Pro Tour before,
133.
he's
Colin, you
attempted a
require
9-darter by going for the
130.
wrong shot.
Has he?
If you've never seen that,
No.
it's on YouTube. It's quite amusing, but it wasn't for him at the time. And this might not be either, because 5-5 will give Osborne the leg.
He's just standing back and taking his time. Knows how important this is to hold his throat.
125.
Can't be done though. So
Jamie requires 66.
Jamie, 66 to go 3-1 ahead. Well, he needed the treble 10. It's just dropped into the treble 15. So 88 now. And he finds
Game shot
it.
of
His
fourth leg, Jamie Hughes.
checkout rate is 3 out of 3. And he goes into a 3-1
Fifth
lead.
leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Now, we have to be honest. Starting a week like this will give you so much confidence, but you can't sustain 100% the whole time.
81.
Or at least we think you can't.
Well, that'll be something if any player can manage to do that. It's outstanding.
If you play between 19
96.
and 29 games this week, if you've got a percentage somewhere between 38 and 42%,
6.
and you get enough chances, you're not going to be far off the title. That's how this usually works. But every now and again, somebody crops up and has a ridiculous
134.
doubling display. And that reminds me of the last person that Colin Osborne beat in a weekly final. He beat Christian Kist.
99.
At points that week, Christian Kist was doubling so well that we thought he was throwing porcupines because he was hitting everything. Daily campaigns with over 60%.
45.
Oh, that's incredible. Jamie's got a bit of a sporting darts family, you know. He's got 2 children. And Lacey's oldest, 16 years old. She's going through her GCSEs at the moment. But she also plays darts herself, but is also very good at refereeing. And does it for county level for the Black Country.
125. Jamie, you require 121.
That's something we should come back to. Jamie's trying to keep us quiet. He'll keep Colin quiet if he goes and wins 4-1.
81. Colin,
He's
you
lined up
require
tops.
101.
And Osborne is going to need to take this out to keep this match alive.
Well, the shot's on. Gets the one for tops. And he
Gets
finds
on the
it.
5th leg. Colin Osborne.
And gets his second leg on the board. And takes
6th
a
leg.
break of
It's
throw.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
Very good check out, that one. Takes us back on throw. This has been very topsy-turvy. Now, you mentioned that
85.
Hughes has a young daughter that referees. This is nothing against all of the male referees we have in this sport, but darts is crying out for its next
93.
female referee.
Yeah, absolutely.
We know that Kerry Crompton did a great job. I don't know what she's doing now, but this sport does need some more referees. And you've seen what's happened in snooker recently with the first female
43.
refereeing a final, and they have multiple female referees now, so someone could potentially break through.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the receiving end of her doing the refereeing as well, and she's
100.
very good at it. And obviously great at her maths, and like I say, she's doing her GCSEs this week. So just concentrate on that for now, Lacey.
Yes, very good advice.
Get your
95.
qualifications behind you first, and then who knows what this will bring.
I once got a bit of advice when I used to referee for my county. Davy Richardson said to me, the best referees in the world
98.
are the ones that you don't know are there.
That is very true. Very, very true.
That's a good guide.
140.
That was a superb marker for another. He might just take us the distance in our first match of the week.
$56. Colin,
Now,
you
it does leave
require
himself a finish, but
138.
he was hoping for more there.
He was hoping for a shot at tops for 4-1. It's amazing how you can be so close to victory.
85.
And yet if your opponent
Jamie,
keeps you at bay, you might not get that
154.
shot. The only way to get a shot here is 2 trebles.
Well, it can't be done now. So all he can do is try and make it
42.
as gettable as possible.
Colin, you require 53.
That's not great. So a chance now for Colin to level the match on 53. Tops it is then. And he
Gets on
levels the
6th
match
leg.
at 3
Colin
apiece.
Osborne.
Tops is getting a butchering here.
7th and final leg. It's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good scrapping here from Osborne, who's averaging just shy of 91. And Hughes, not that different.
100.
We were doing some digging this morning, and Trina, you found out that Yozza's darts are 26 grams.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were that heavy.
Yeah, they're 26. Yeah, I had that confirmed for me by him.
30.
They don't actually look it, do they? Because they're quite long and thin. But obviously they are quite extra long, actually, if you look at them a bit more.
134.
Which is probably where the weight comes in, because they keep the slenderness of it, but gain the weight in the length of the barrel.
Well, for something of that weight, it's going to have a high grade of tungsten, somewhere between 90 and 95%.
100.
But nothing's really changed in the arsenal of Jozza over the years. He's always thrown this type of barrel. He's always thrown this kind of flight.
140.
He knows that if you give him this equipment, he can make them perform, providing that his anatomy is at its best. That's what's been under the radar over the last few years.
45.
Because he does throw the darts quite viciously.
27.
Treble 19 is the shot. He might lay up. Chooses to lay up, but that's a poor
92.
dart. Went for the 10 and hits the big 15. But he has got time on his side.
He's got plenty of it. But he wanted to leave tops.
137.
He didn't want
Jamie
to leave something in the bottom
35.
left corner. It is a match dart, though.
Game
And it's
shot
the only
and
one he
match.
needs.
Jamie Hughes.
Well, if that's how these players are going to double this week, I think we might be in for a bit of a treat. Jozza is back at the Modus Super Series, and he has been tested by one of the most experienced players that we could possibly throw at him. Good numbers from our first match. 92.38 for Hughes. He was absolutely majestic on the doubling. He actually was 4 from 4 for 100%. So he wins by 4 legs to 3 in our first game.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion jockey, he is Jim McEwen!
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Monday morning, and we're just getting started in Group A. As we welcome back two familiar faces. Two people who have made Saturday nights before. One of them who has actually made a final on a Saturday before. And rather early in a series. It was this young man from Swindon, Jack Tweddle, who's having a rather good season so far. Well, he's up against the lineage of Scottish darts. Stevie J is back with the Chunky Stumpies from Falkirk. And this will be rather swift because they do not hang around. In times gone by, Stevie Johnston
First leg,
has
it's Jack to throw
agonised
first.
over getting to a Saturday
on.
night. He has cracked that. And for him, it's all about just taking that next step. This week,
96.
his ambition, I'm sure, is make it to the final match or even get the weekly title.
100.
There is no reason, Trina, why he can't do that.
No, absolutely not. But he is up against
42.
an in-form Jack Tweddle at the moment. Only the other week won on the Challenge
98.
Tour. Sorry, yes, it was the Challenge Tour. Sorry.
100.
So, and he's starting off well here, making his mark right from the off.
Yeah, and that is the first 180 of the week.
140.
We did say this game was going to be swift.
81.
It's proving to be just that.
Well, this is great darts.
123. Jack, you require 102.
Leaving himself tops. And Jack on 102. Tops it is.
82. Stephen,
Tops
you
he
require
can't find.
40.
So a chance now for Steve to take the first
on the
leg.
first
And he
leg.
does so
Stephen
with his
Johnston.
second dart. And that was a breaker throw.
In Formula One terms,
Second leg.
this is
it's
like
Stephen
watching
to the
Sebastian
reverse.
Vettel
Game on.
and Max Verstappen go head-to-head in a dart match. This is quick.
I can't get my words out quick enough.
81.
We'll talk in the first minute of the leg and just let them do what they want.
Hey, it's Monday. I haven't warmed up yet.
80.
Yeah, Tweddle is number 6 in the averages list for the Challenge Tour this
43.
year. And if you consider who's just above him, Ted Everts, Graham Hall, Danny Ayres from Saturday night, Shane
43.
McGurk and Bo Greaves. He's in pretty good company. And the person just behind him, Mervyn King,
100.
who I'm sure is a
Resting.
little bit recouped after the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got his feet up.
140.
If he hasn't, he should be.
It was actually Mervyn King that Jack beat in that
100.
Challenge Tour 15 final as well. Imagine that. You're 30 years of age. You've been watching Mervyn your entire life.
95.
And then to win your first Challenge Tour event, you beat Mervyn King in the final.
Yeah, some scalp.
99. Jack, you require 143.
Chance now for Jack. Take out this 143. Can't be done now.
57.
Stephen,
Stephen,
a
you
chance
require
to
78.
come back for the 78.
Tops again.
38. Jack, you require 86.
Good luck to the referee in this one. This will put you on your toes on a Monday morning. It's Bull.
61.
Oh, that's just
Stephen, you
outside.
require 40.
So tops now for Stephen to go 2 legs ahead. Double 10 then. Can't be
20.
found.
Jack, you
So chance
require
for
25.
Jack to level the match.
Game
And he
shot on
does
the
so
second leg.
with his
Jack
second
Tweddle.
dart.
He almost left himself double 11 there.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Back on throw, just like the first game. We started with 2 breaks.
100.
Yeah, the challenge tour this year has been fascinating to say the least, and we've been fortunate enough here at the Modus Super Series to have people coming here off the back of very good challenge tour action. People like
95.
Carl Sneed, Ted Everts, Mervyn King, and now
60.
Jack Tweddle. I wonder if he's looking at the rankings and thinking, how high up can I get? Can I
44.
possibly get into the top 2 by the end of the season? Because if he does, he will get a tour card for 2 years
137.
and a spot at Ali Pali. He's at number 6 in the list, behind Bo Greaves and some of the other names that we've mentioned.
140.
There's no reason why he can't do it, but he's going to have to go great guns for the next few months.
60. Jack, you require 122.
Moves across to try and get the treble 18 target.
54. Stephen, you require 160. 140.
look at that. That's a great 140.
Jack requires 68.
I didn't think he was able to do that. Well, we know that Jack can do
Takes on the
that.
third leg.
That's a
Jack
wonderful
Tweddle.
kill.
Well, he needed to take that out to hold his throat, as you feel that
Fourth leg.
Stephen
It's Stephen to the row first.
would have come back and taken
Game on.
that out.
$93.
Would you be able to throw these darts, Trina, these chunky stumpies?
I don't know. They do look really quite
58.
strange, I think's the word.
I wouldn't mind giving them a try, but they don't sell darts like this anymore, do they?
137.
No, I've not seen anything like it before. But they obviously work for him.
174.
Great shot there from Jack Tweddle.
He's really
59.
starting to turn the screw a little bit here. If Johnston's not careful, he could find himself in a bit of bother.
121.
Because Tweddle's in some of the form of his life. And when you feel that good, in these games, you feel like you're going to
100.
win
Jack
every
require
one.
148.
Yeah, you get to a point where you feel a little bit like invincible. And when they just leave your hand,
140. Stephen, you require
you know they're going to go where you want them to go. But 112 now. So top cent to level the match, and he takes it out.
Fourth leg. Stephen Johnston.
And that is great darts there from Stephen Johnson.
Fifth
only a
leg,
hold
it's
of
Jack to
throw.
the row first.
However,
Game on.
much needed.
140.
Very impressed with the standard so far.
80.
Well, that's the chunky stumpers for you.
Yeah, every now and again, it's a bit too chunky and a bit too stumpy.
100. $99.
Yeah, average of 93.6 to this point for Jack. And just over 90 for the Scotsman.
49.
He doesn't play challenge to a darts. Johnston's more of a local hero kind of play. He wants to stay in Scotland. But there may come a time where that changes. I remember someone by the name of Glenn Durrant who used to be like that. He would stay in the Middlesbrough area and just play opens around there. And then all of a sudden, all right, I might go to Selsey to play the England Open.
165. Jack, you require 116.
Can he get past that one? The answer is no, so Johnston has a chance of going 3-2 up.
56.
And if he
Stephen,
does
you
manage to
require
take out this 17, it would be a break of throw. So double 8 now. Double 4. And he can't
13.
find it. So a
Jack, you require
chance
60.
now for Jack to take out this 60. Tops then. Double 10.
50. Stephen, you
He knew.
require 4.
He muttered something as soon as he threw it. A dart player knows when they let it go whether it's in or not. Double 1. That's
Gage
in.
on the 5th leg, Stephen Johnston.
And that, a break of throw.
6th flag,
And
it's
Stephen
Stephen to
will
throw
be
first.
throwing for the match in this leg.
Game on.
It's a cracking game, this one.
I've always been someone who would look at the small details of every dart player that comes here.
100.
Just trying to dig into their mindset of every decision they make. When Stephen Johnston comes here, he always wears a dart shirt just with his surname on it. Not his first name, just the surname.
123.
Well, he does have a very famous father, Peter Johnston.
59.
Maybe that's the reasoning behind it. It's just being so proud of his surname and his family.
43.
That's all it requires. That's how I'm reading the situation.
Yeah, you may well be right.
140.
It's almost as if it's more about him and his family. It's not just about him.
140.
Well, Jack's going to be in a bit of trouble if he doesn't make this very small.
100.
Is that
Stephen,
small
you
enough?
require 95.
95 then. Well, Jack will get a chance at the
55.
68
Jackie requires
to level the
68.
match.
That might be that.
Stephen, you require
Johnston
40.
in this game is a very tidy 3 from 12. 3 darts.
Game shot.
And there's a little bit of fire from the
Stephen
Scotsman. Expect that all week long because that's what he's like. And Jack Tweddle, the second favourite to win the title this week, has been defeated in his first game. In a cracker, really. Both averaging around the 89 mark, but Johnston doing a very good job of leaving that double towards the end. Gave himself the chance of winning by 2 legs, and he takes it out with his second dart for that 4-2 victory in round number 1.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20, he went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
And a very warm welcome back. It's game number 3, just like that, after 2 very good quality openers, especially for Jamie Hughes and Stevie Johnston. They pick up the first 2 points that they can possibly do, but now we welcome back Bradley Ruse, who's in a bit of purple and a little bit of a darker colour. Nice to welcome him back, and he would like to put something right, considering how Group A went for him the last time. He has won a week here, but that was a few series ago now. But he's up against debutant Kent Sivertsen of Norway. We haven't had many Norwegians here. But it's nice to have somebody here from a land that has given us so much in life, including Vikings and world-famous salmon.
And snow.
And Erling Haaland.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we'll get onto that at some point because the Premier League
First
football
leg,
season
it's
is
Bradley to throw
on its
first.
way out over the next few
Game on.
days, and we are just about getting our way into week 2. Let's address the elephant in the room then, because Bradley Ruse, the last time he was in Group A, didn't win a game. He was 15 games, 15
82.
losses, and it took him 18 games to get a win the last time he was here in a weekly campaign.
60.
Yes, something definitely he'll want to try and forget. And I want to be off to a good start today.
85.
What that also proves is that if you have won a week before, it's no guarantee of success again.
42.
You've got to keep working hard. You've got to keep doing the right things.
Yeah, as they say, fail to prepare, prepare to
56.
fail. Never a truer word said.
81.
I like what Mike Tyson used to say. Everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the face. Well, there's going to be no punching of faces here. But sometimes when you're losing multiple
58.
matches, it feels like you are getting punched.
Yeah, it can demoralise you and makes your head drop, and that's
45.
something that you have to learn to try and get over. It's not easy, but it is part of the game, and unfortunately, it's part of the game that we all go through as well.
100. $96. Bradley,
Part of
require
sport is that you're going to
120.
lose more times than you win. I mean that in relation to tournaments. You can actually lose 4 times this week and still win the
60.
week. We'll get onto that. This is a nice steady start from Bradley.
80. Bradley requires 60.
So 20 tops is the target. It was a bit low. So tops now. Can you get round it and over it? Double 10 then to take the first leg of this match.
40. Kent, you require
Not to
97.
be found. So Kent, chance at 97.
Now, this is where we look at debutants and we figure out what kind of a darting mind they have.
Bradley
He didn't go
requires
double-double.
20.
It was a very traditional thing that Kent has just done.
Double 5 then.
15.
Oh, and he throws
Kent, you
underneath.
require 40.
So a chance for Kent to take this out, and he
Edge
does
on the
so with his
leg,
first
Kent
start.
Sivertsen.
And that is a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Now, I wonder why he's got the Superman badge on his shirt.
Yeah. Tisn't his nickname, though.
130, sir.
Kick-Ass is his nickname.
His name is Kick-Ass?
His nickname is Kick-Ass.
That is Kick-Ass.
Got it down the side of his shirt, look, if you look. It's a
81.
bit, yeah.
That's pretty good. It's not often that I am impressed by a new nickname, but that I can get behind.
But apparently, Kick-Ass is also a brand of
140.
dart in Norway.
Interesting.
And he does throw with the 21-gram Kick-Ass dart. So that's probably why. I'm just guessing.
82.
Okay, we'll take it to the next level then. That seems like a bit of product placement.
$41.
Might want to get your own logo, Kent. I think that one's taken. Even though, if you are a bit of a comic book nerd like some of us, that is not an S.
100.
What do you mean it's not an S?
The Superman badge is not an S. That's the Kryptonian symbol for
137.
hope.
Okay. I believe you. Thousands wouldn't.
Russell Crowe said it in the Man of Steel movie. What he says
100.
goes.
Kent, you require 46.
He played Jor-El, Superman's dad. Double 16.
14.
Well, how close can you
Bradley,
possibly be?
require 138.
So a chance for Bradley on this 138. Can't be done now. So Kent will be coming back for
88.
the
Kent, you
32.
require 32.
Double 16. That's some way off. Double 8 then. And he finds it with his
Edge on the
third
second
dart
leg, Kent
and leads
Sivertsen.
this match by 2 legs to 0.
Super darts.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
From
From
the Kick-Ass.
Game on.
There's a line I never thought I'd say. Never say never in this sport.
60.
Well, Kent is getting ready for a World Cup campaign in Frankfurt at the Eissporthalle in the middle of June.
83.
It's a great place to play darts. Word to the wise, Kent. It's going to be warm. It might be
100.
an arena that has ice skating and ice hockey capabilities. But trust me, when you go to Frankfurt, it's going to be hot.
136.
So be ready for it. And this could be ideal preparation for that because it will get warm here this week.
57.
Yeah, it does get warm up on that stage. All the lights beating down on you.
140.
Soon raises the temperature.
This is tidy from Kent. Averaging 84. He's 33% of the doubles. This is the kind of
140. Kent, you
steady
require
start that he would have craved.
142. $55.
He's putting Ruse on
Bradley,
the back
you
foot
require
here.
144.
And Bradley needs to fight back.
It's a great first dart. Great second dart. Double 12 then for a 144
James on the
finish.
third leg.
And that is
Ruse.
super darts there from Bradley Ruse. He gets his first leg on
Fourth
the
leg,
board.
It's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Now, that's what we mean by fighting back. We see you.
45.
Well, that was a deadpan stare down, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? I was shaking in my boots.
58.
Well, if he wants to start calling himself Deadpool, this would be Kick-Ass versus Deadpool.
100.
Yeah, Bradley has no nickname, so perhaps we can create one for him.
Kanga.
Kanga?
Kangaroos. That's what Aussies would call him. It would take them a
100.
flash to say, oh, we'll just call you Kanga.
I'm not so sure he'll like that one.
No, I don't think it'll be very befitting a dart shirt or anything like that. But sometimes you need something to happen to gain a nickname.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
winning gold medals in South Africa or something like that.
Yes, indeed.
100. 100.
I like the look of Kent. He is a no-nonsense dart player. He's not as tall as his Norwegian teammate's going to be. A certain Core Decker, the tallest person on the PDC Pro
40.
Tour. When he was here, he couldn't even fit through the door.
How tall is he?
6'9", I believe.
60.
Wow.
Yeah, he walked into Portsmouth. He went to the front door and it was like a movie called Honey, I Shrunk the Venue.
And that's a tall front door.
79. Can you require 136?
So 136 now then for Kent.
$26. Bradley
I made a bit of
require
a mess of that.
124.
124 for Bradley. He's just taken out a 144. Can't be done this time, so
44. Can you require
Kent
110?
will have a shot at this 110.
His biggest finish so far is 40, and that's going to remain the case.
40. Bradley
Just
require 80.
Feels like he's starting to lose his range as this game gets old.
So single 20 now for tops to level the match.
60. Can you require
Well, Kent's job
70?
here is to get a dart to take this leg to re-establish that two-leg cushion. He gets it,
54.
but doesn't find
Bradley
it. Frustration for
requires 20.
Sivertsen.
So now a chance for Bradley to break the throw of Kent and level the match at 2 apiece. Double 10 he wants, and
Gets
double
on
10
the
he
full
finds.
flag. Bradley Ruse.
2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, Bradley has not been playing on the Challenge Tour this year. That may be a conscious decision because in the last few months,
93.
he has been working through some dartitis issues. And maybe that's what you need to do.
100.
In order to get through something, you need minimal amounts of challenges. It's not just a case of playing everything and getting through it. Some people need to do some stuff in the background to make sure that they're ready.
56.
Yeah, and a lot of people say that if you do get dartitis, that the thing to do is to play through it. That's not necessarily
60.
always the case. And, you know, everybody's an individual in this sport. And, you know, it could well be that he has found it a better way to just step back a little bit,
59.
pick and choose what he does.
Yeah, play locally. There's plenty of stuff to play in the Netherlands. And he's obviously got the invitation
100.
to come back here. He might have been working over the last 2 or 3 months to gauge himself when he's here, as opposed to on the Challenge Tour or other things. Because I'm sure coming back here, even though his record last time wasn't great, he will feel good about walking through the doors because he has won here.
127.
Yeah, it's kind of like all about rebuilding, isn't it?
153.
Well, that's a great start. Treble 19 required. He's already taken out a big shot.
135.
Can't take out
Kent, you require 64.
this one this time.
He had a dart to win the last leg. In order to get one here, he must find 13.
49.
Not meant to be. And Ruse could take the lead after being 2-0 down. He could be 3-2 up. Knocking on doors.
No score.
Nobody's home.
Kent, you require 25.
So a chance now for Kent to break back straight away. Double 8. Double 4 then.
21.
And them darts are quite
Bradley
a way off, to be fair.
18.
Yeah, the initial adrenaline, which was helping these players, has now dissipated. Marker couldn't be better.
Can he use the barrel?
9.
He can't.
Kent, you require 4.
Darting despair from the man with 2 stars.
Game shot of the
But Bradley
fifth
Ruse
leg.
is going to stay on 2 legs. He'll
Sixth
not feel like
leg,
he's
it's
walking
Kent to
towards
throw
victory
first.
here. He'll feel like he's walking through treacle.
Game on.
This is a tough first game for both players, but Kent now has the darts to seal it.
97.
He's been playing on the Nordic and Baltic Tour over the last few months.
Going
57. To various countries as well, going to Sweden, to Latvia, went over to Reykjavik recently.
42.
But he saved his best result for the Toluca Hotel in Finland
100.
when he lost out in the quarterfinals of Nordic and Baltic 5, where he lost out to Marco Cantala.
42.
It's an interesting region, Scandinavia. It's got such a huge footprint in this sport.
93.
But I think they need more world-class players. It's easy for me to say that. But these countries need to find these
93.
talents. They need to cultivate them. And even though it doesn't really reflect it in rankings, Andreas Harrison is the best player in Sweden. And probably the best player in Scandinavia, based on what we know.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Seems to dominate everything over there. It has done.
Bradley, you require 100.
So a chance for Bradley to go equal peg in, going into the last leg should he have the chance. Needs the treble 20. Can't find it, and he's struggling to get over that.
56.
Treble 20. His darts are throwing short.
It's a match-winning chance, but not for long.
60. Bradley, you require 56.
So 16 for tops. To level the match. Double 10 then. And he finds it with his third dart. And we go into a deciding leg.
I don't think this game has anything to do with standard.
It's Bradley to throw first.
You look at Bradley, and he's easy to read He just wants to get a victory.
Yeah, he's just battling, isn't he, at the moment? And he does have the advantage in this leg as he's throwing first.
97.
Well, it's a nice cover shot there. Picking out the treble 19.
Yeah, he's one of those dart players who very rarely has a hair out of place.
134.
I can't imagine it takes a short amount of time to get your hair to look like that in the morning. I've said it once and I'll say it again. It looks like he combs his hair with a rake because it's evenly spaced.
I'll ask him later.
44.
He's probably got one of those wide tooth combs. Just keeps doing it until it's perfect.
Well, like the old afro combs kind of thing.
100.
Well, if Sivertsen does lose this game, it's because he's let it slip. It's not necessarily about the
24.
doubling. I know he's missed 10 darts, but it feels as if he's been reeled in from a lack of scoring. Because his average, since he was 2-0 up, has dropped by 10 points.
57.
Yeah, he needs a big score here.
140.
What was he doing going for the 20s on 299? That's the first thing. And secondly, what was he doing with the last dart?
Right, hasn't left himself a finish
58.
doing that, so and Bradley didn't really pressurise that mistake, so
99.
Well, who's
Bradley
favourite now?
129.
This is very much in the balance. 60 in bull, the only route left. And Sivertsen may just win this first game.
89. Can you require
well,
60?
Bradley does leave himself tops, but will he get a chance at it? Tops now for Kent,
Game shot
and he finds
the
it
match. Kent
and
Sivertsen.
takes the match 4-3. Not a great average in these matches, but 76.76 for Bradley, a 75.39 for Kent. But that brilliant 144 checkout from Bradley Ruse gets him over the line. Coming up next, Colin Osborne and Jack Tweddle.
10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the show, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a pairs 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
So there you go. Ticket information already up and waiting for you, because when it comes to international pairs, now you know what you're going to get yourself in for if you attend on a Saturday night. We have another one coming up for you later in the year, and we've already confirmed one of the teams. We did that on Saturday night. It's going to be Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall of Canada to try and do what we've just seen from Jimmy Vansky and Danny Van Tripe. What a night that was. Imagine what it's like hitting 2 180s in a 9-dart shootout if you're Scott Campbell. That guy was almost impenetrable that night. But what we're going to do is we're going to reveal on Wednesday the second country to go into the second international pairs, which will be in August, as you can see, at the back end of the summer. And then on Saturday night, we will reveal the players. So you're going to have to stay tuned to see who's going to be joining Smith and Marshall a little bit later on in the year. So Jeff has had a pretty good start to this series by winning week 1. And now he's got a place in international pairs with his buddy from Medicine Hat. So here we go with round number 2. Osborne started with a 4-3 loss to Jamie Hughes, and Jack Tweddle lost to Stevie Johnston. So one of these guys is going to get off the mark, but who will it be? Yeah, Tweddle played all right. Averaged nearly 90, but missed a few key doubles. He'll be hoping to iron that out. But Osborne, a very, very similar situation for him. Just lost out 4-3.
First leg,
Jamie
it's
Hughes
Colin
was
to the
just
right
about
first.
marginally the better player.
Game on.
But these two have recent history. We've already referenced Jack Tweddle's challenge to a victory, which happened on the 4th of May in the semi-finals. He beat Colin Osborne.
140.
And like Colin said, he never forgets.
96.
So he'll be looking to get his own back in this match.
Well, these are the people that he beat for that title on May the 4th.
140.
On Star Wars Day. And John Henderson's birthday. Jim Mostyn. Everybody knows Jim.
44.
Great young talent. Ryan Palmer. Andreas Harrison. Things are getting a bit juicy now. Ryan O'Connor. Alexander Mertz, former weekly winner here. Dmitry Zhukov.
41.
Colin Osborne and Mervyn King. He went through 8 games to get that one title on that Sunday afternoon. That was a spectacular
57.
effort.
Yeah, some quality players there as well that he's met along the way and discarded. So that's what we mean by coming here and inform. And he'll be hoping to continue
43.
that all this week.
$96.
Colin
you
now
require
requiring
137.
137. Treble 19, the first target. Can't be done now.
He's got 64 left. He's done a pretty good job there. He'll sneakily like the fact that he didn't get the treble 16. Because this way he can leave tops.
58. Colin, you require 48.
Yeah, his favourite double. So 8 for tops then.
Game shot
Takes
on the
it with his
first
second
leg,
dart.
Colin Osborne.
And takes the first leg of this match.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
When you think of Swindon, Trina, what comes to mind first?
Is it
100.
Is it not somewhere where there's a lot of cars made? Or am I thinking Oxford, am I? Am I thinking Oxford?
Oh, you might be right. First thing that comes to mind for me is Dennis Smith.
Oh, well, if you're talking along the darts route, yes, of course.
140.
A man with one of the best ponytails in the world. And a lovely, lovely chap to boot.
57.
Yeah, apparently there's a great roundabout in Swindon. Yeah. The magic roundabout.
This is not the one that was on TV.
Well, I presume not.
What were the characters' names from Magic Roundabout?
Zebedee.
That's right.
125.
Can't remember now.
I think we've taken a bit of a tangent here, haven't we?
Well, yeah. Well, of course, it's before my time, obviously. So I don't remember it all. I'm just going on
140.
pre-runs, you know, whatever.
Well, Osborne is looking to repeat the first leg, that's for sure. He'd love to take a 2-0 lead. Kent Sivertsen did that.
119.
And he had to
Colin,
dig
you
very, very
require
deep to get a first win
161.
in his debut match against Bradley Ruse. Should use the ball.
57.
It hasn't worked
Jack,
out
you require 100.
entirely terribly, but Tweddle should get a chance here. And he takes the chance beautifully. That's a little bit of what Jack Tweddle can do.
Yeah, tops there for
Third leg, it's Colin to the
Jack.
first. Game on.
Permission, if I may, to stand on my soapbox for just a couple of minutes.
Go ahead.
Now, this
95.
might seem like a controversial point of view, but I stand by it. I think that most darts
100.
walk-on songs for the last 25 years are terrible. Genuinely terrible. I think most of them don't have a great deal of thought. I think they're just thought of at the time, oh, I'll just use that. However,
81.
you might wonder where I'm going with this.
I do.
Colin Osborne's, at the height of his career, was elite. It was a
60.
genuinely brilliant walkout track, and it fit him like a glove.
What is it?
Unbelievable by EMF. Great track, perfect for a darts walk-on, perfect for him.
100.
And it made sense. But honestly, most of them are forgettable.
44.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Absolutely.
Worst one at the minute? Rob Cross.
Yeah, he's changed his, hasn't he?
100.
Yeah, it's not a bad song, don't get me wrong. But it doesn't scream Rob Cross to me. I think Rob needs to do some work with his team
95. Colin, you require
on his image.
45.
I think it just needs to be polished. He's a fabulous, fabulous player. You just need to have all the tools. Isn't that right, Colin?
Game shot
He's got the
third
tools,
leg.
and he's
Colin
2-1 up.
Osborne. Fourth flag, it's Jack to throw first. Game on. $122.
I wonder how many colours we're going to get from the dart shirts this week from Osborne as well. He's got a few different ones. He's got a red one. He's got a blue one.
83.
Might have some others up his sleeve, but it's always going to have the black base and the different colour palette on the stars.
108.
But everybody's looking for the red bit, aren't they? And Tweddle is not struggling in that department.
One apiece as far as 180s are concerned at the moment.
And 3 out of 3 on the doubles. That's players combined.
59.
And let's not forget that Tweddle hit 2 doubles for his leg. So technically they're 4 from 4.
Yeah, averages at the moment. Colin 96.86 and Jack 88.94. So bit of a difference there in averages.
85. Jack, you require 140.
Jack's got a chance now to level the match. Needs another one of them. Well, that's a poor dart.
If Osborne was on
82.
something a lot smaller than that, he might have gone tops again.
Needs a treble.
85.
Finds a treble.
Jack, you require 58.
So 58 now for Jack. Double 2.
Well, this is a Luke Littler shot.
54.
And it cost him
Colin, you require 148.
a monstrous lead in a world final about 18 months ago. Is it going to cost Tweddle the leg?
Not this time. So we will return
100.
for
Jack, you
the double
require
2
4.
to level the match. That's right on the wire. You squeeze it past it. It's awkward.
2.
And he can't find it.
Colin, you require 48.
Over pitches.
Yeah, it might indeed cost him the leg. He shouldn't have been on double 2. And when he's on form, you can't leave Osborne on tops.
3 out of 3.
Fifth
Colin
flag,
at the minute.
It's Colin to throw first.
Well, Jamie Hughes was 4 out of 4 against Colin in their first game. He's looking to get his own back on Jack after losing to him in that challenge to a semi-final.
$135.
Look at some people who have been added to the World Seniors for 2026, yourself included, Trina. It's an illustrious
59.
group of players. But you look at the people who could potentially qualify for that event. Osborne is one of those players. There are so many more now
83.
over the age of 45 who don't necessarily want to go back to the PDC Pro Tour. They want to play at this level. They want to play ADC.
58.
But a little smattering of seniors as well. They could do an awful lot of damage. Just look at Derek Coulson. A year ago, barely anybody knew anything about him. Now, everybody knows who Derek is.
95.
He made the semi-finals of the Circus Tavern.
Yeah, and he's had a great run here as well at the Modus Super Series. So
108.
Great 180 there from Jack Tweddle.
But he is being outgunned on the whole in this match. This is a classic
58.
Colin Osborne performance. Great doubling. Very good scoring. It hasn't been that flashy.
44. Colin, you require 130.
But what it could be is over. 420s in bull to finish the job. and get the ideal bounce back after losing in round 1. Bullseye for 4 out of 4.
105.
Just a whisker away.
Jack, you require 160.
Gives Jack a chance at the 160, but it can't be done now. So Colin will be back.
60. Colin,
Let's try and finish off this 25.
Well, this is an interesting number for someone who likes tops a lot. Predominantly, you see people go for 1 double 12. Not Colin.
And the match.
That
Colin Osborne.
is just the bounce back he wanted. And a very good performance it was. The Wizard finds just enough of a spell up his sleeve and leaves the stage pronto. 4 out of 5 on the doubles with an average of 93.55. There was a lot to admire about that performance. He kept Jack Tweddle at bay, and even though Jack had more 180s, it really didn't matter because Osborne wins by 3 legs, 4 to 1.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. Game number 5 about to happen here on day number 1 of week number 2. Series 11 is very much alive and kicking now. And we've gone from a game with Osborne and Tweddle where both were looking to get off the mark to this one where these players are looking to embellish on what they've already done. Yoza won his first game and didn't miss a double. As for Kent, it was a little bit more circumspect. A 4-3 win over Bradley Ruse after missing 10 darts at double. Just going to show that you can win darts matches by very different routes.
First leg, it's Kent to throw first.
Yeah, all about getting over the line.
Game on.
How relieved do you think Sivertsen will feel just knowing that he's got that first win? Doesn't matter how you do it. You've got your 4 legs.
41.
You've got your first 2 points. Can he now relax into this?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. And yeah, he can relax a little bit now. He's got points on the board, as you say. And
40.
You know, everybody dreads coming here and not getting any points. You know, so to get them on his first match on debut,
34.
then he'll be very pleased with himself.
We may be seeing Jamie Hughes starting to
57.
turn the screw on his season in May. Because he didn't play on the Challenge Tour until
58.
this month. That tells me that things might be going on away from darts that took his attention. Now he might have a bit more time on hand to put into something like this,
42.
the Challenge Tour, maybe some other things. But when he went to the Challenge Tour weekend at the start of the month, the results were pretty good.
100.
He made a quarter-final, lost out to Luke Smith. Beat some good players along the way. He backed that up with the last 32, the very next event where he lost out to Jimmy Van Schie. No qualms with that one. But if he's trying to rediscover where his game can go, he's played a lot of darts in May.
31.
We're going to get a great deal of information about Jamie this week.
Well, if you say he's had more time on his hands, he's definitely had time to have a shave. Taking off his beard.
43.
You've been around a few hot spells in darts over the years, Trina. There seems to be this craze at the minute for beards.
59.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to shave mine off. It was itching.
That's not the answer as I was expecting.
No, I know.
54.
Yes, but you're right. There is a craze for facial hair at the moment.
I think it's a style thing or a lazy thing.
I think it's a style thing.
You see this one that Kent's got? This is obviously manicured.
84.
Whereas some that you see...
Scott Waite comes to mind.
Well, that is a thing of beauty.
Is it?
It's got its own shape.
48. Kent, you require
It's getting
94.
so sharp, it could be used in a kitchen. Oh, that's not very sharp, unfortunately, for Kent.
24. Jamie, you require 157.
So chance at 157. Needed the treble to 19 for the combination shot.
59. Kent, you require 70.
Leaves himself 98. Not sure on that one.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Well, this is not ideal, but the shot isn't over yet.
54.
Oh, that was really close to 32. He almost went back to 70.
So treble 20 is the target here. It can be done still. Treble 19. Double 18 then to take the first leg of the match.
62. Kent, you
Not
require
today.
16.
So a chance now for Kent to take out this double 8.
Just got a little glimpse of his grip there. Holding that dart almost at the end of the barrel.
No score.
And he's gone the other side.
Jamie, you require 36.
What a journey he's had over the last couple of visits.
Double 18 then required. Double 9. takes the first leg of this match,
Jamie Hughes.
and it is a breaker throw.
Second leg,
It
it's
really
Jamie to
is
throw first.
nearly 6 years
Game on.
since Jamie won that Czech Darts Open in Prague. We talked about the temperature of that event the last time he was playing on the stage against Osborne. But so many things happened in that tournament. Somebody broke the record for the most amount of fallouts when throwing at a dartboard. That was Kevin Garcia of Merseyside. Had 13 darts fall on the floor. I'll never forget that as long as I live. It was ridiculous. But when he beat Stephen Bunting in the final, he also qualified for the World Match Play. He had to win the tournament to qualify, and by doing so, he knocked James Wilson out of the match play,
100.
who was consequently at the time in the same management stable as he was. So I'm sure that was a really interesting evening.
Obviously, Jamie has represented England in the past as well in the World Cups. 2015 and the Europe Cup 2016. And of course, he's Zyder Down Masters champion as well, 2014.
140.
So, plenty of experience.
$41. Jamie require 112.
Now, this game is very much going his way all of a sudden. He could be the person to beat.
92.
Hasn't missed many doubles today so far, but has the luxury of missing that one.
$100. Jamie required 20.
He doesn't have to go for double five. He could have split this.
Game shot
but he
on the
knows
second
best,
leg.
and he's
Jamie
2-0 up.
Hughes.
Well, why wouldn't he go for it when he's hitting the doubles so well today?
Third leg. It's
4 out
Kent
of
to
4
the
in his
first.
first match
Game on.
against Colin Osborne.
He mentioned that win at Zyderdown
80.
at Egmont and Zay. He beat Gary Robson in that final 5-0. He dominated that final. He beat Tony O'Shea in the semi-finals. Took out a name that a lot of people might have forgotten about in the quarters. Michel van der Horst. He's played here. Never plays in a dart shirt.
39.
Always just chucks on. He's like a modern day Dennis Ovens.
Just chucks on a polo shirt kind of thing, is it?
Something a bit more noticeable.
Okay.
He always used to say that Dennis Ovens would get his dart shirts from B&M. Is it
B&M?
B&M or something like that, yeah. Or BHS when it was in business.
BHS.
57.
Yeah, but Jamie Hughes really was the best player in that tournament.
100.
Found his best game in the final. That tells you a lot about him. It says that he was ready to win.
96.
Another one of them.
100.
He would have liked. And leaves himself on 101.
There's not a great deal of
59.
resistance coming back
Jamie
from the Norwegian.
101.
This is a worrying performance from Kent. It's nowhere near as good as it was in the first round. It's double 12 for Jamie.
77. Can you require 170?
Well, if this goes, this would be something. But that's a poor dart.
85.
He does
Jamie
seem to be
required
struggling
24.
in this match. But double 12 for Jamie to take a 3-0 lead.
Other side, Jamie. Right
It's
there,
on
that'll
the
do.
third leg,
3-0.
Jamie Hughes.
If you notice that your opponent is struggling,
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
one of
Game on.
two things will happen. One, you might think, well, if they're not performing, I might not have to perform as much. But this is where the killer instinct really kicks in.
100.
You can get rid of them quicker.
That is true, but you can tend to
81.
get a little bit lazy yourself, knowing that you're not having to play your best game to beat your opponent, and that can sometimes kick you in the backside. Oh, they've only got to find a few
60.
important darts at the right time, and everything can change.
The other side of the coin as well is, if your opponent is struggling and you are as well, they're the games that are really tough, and that's just 60 on the floor. He's knocked his own flight, and then the dart falls to the carpet. Fair play to Kent, though. He hasn't sulked about it. He's just moved on.
60.
But if you're playing well and your opponent isn't, your responsibility is, in this format, to get rid of them as quickly as possible. We know that leg difference can play such a huge part. Boy, oh boy, did it play a part in Group A last week.
Absolutely.
67.
Every leg counts. And like you say, can make all the difference come the end of
41.
Wednesday. Ken really is struggling in this match. Not finding any consistency whatsoever.
Yeah, he still doesn't have a two-treble visit. Having said that, I
98.
think Jamie's only got one.
$59. Jamie, you require 116.
Only needs one more treble. And there it is. Only needs one more double. And there it is.
And the match, Jamie
Is there
Hughes.
a parrot in here? Well, Jamie Hughes is not looking for a parrot. He's looking for the exit, because he's done his job in that game. Hasn't taken him a great deal of time to get it done, because he won by 4-0. He didn't even have to play that well. Welcome back. And yes, you can be here on Saturday nights to watch our stars on the stage from very close quarters, but I've got some bad news for you. When you come on a Saturday night, we've got a whole host of 90s music for you, not our Going for Gold tribute act like we did on that promo video, which was a bit of a blast from the past.
Game on.
Speaking of blasts, that's exactly what Stevie J did in round 1. He blasted Jack Tweddle by 4 legs to 2
100.
with some very decent doubling. I would now like to join Jamie Hughes on 4 points. But Bradley Ruse is looking for a bounce back.
140.
Losing that first game to Sivertsen by 4 legs to 3, weirdly, looks a little worse now, considering how Kent's just played Trina.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bradley did have the chance to take that match, and he did show spells.
50,
took out that 1-4-4 in that match, but just failed to get over the line against Kent. And yeah, he'd be thinking, why couldn't I have played him in this match, his second game?
94.
Look what is happening in the schedule today. It doesn't make for great reading for Bradley, because he's got off to a losing start. He's got a very confident Stevie Johnston right here. And in game 8, in the middle of the schedule, he's got Jack Tweddle. I know he hasn't won yet.
6.
But I just get this feeling that Jack's going to take someone out in the next hour or so. It might just be Bradley.
95. Bradley require 150.
You can't see Jack not winning a match before long. That's good darts there from
Stephen, you require
Bradley Ruse. But this is on, so bullseye. And he's just wired it.
Bradley, you require 54.
So a chance for Bradley. Well, that was for a big 14 and misses. So 32
22.
left.
Stephen, you require 25.
You do fear the worst for the young man from the Netherlands, because this man is deadly.
Stephen Johnston.
His game isn't necessarily all about power scoring. There's only so many chunky stumpies you can get in a treble 20.
It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
So how do you compensate for that? You are better at doubles and approach work. That is what Johnston's game is about.
83.
He is what I like to call the Scottish Gezi Price. He's got the same build. You wouldn't want to run into him at speed. He doesn't mess around, and he's got some fire.
81.
Yeah, I'll get you a comparison.
140.
That's great darts. Bradley, fill this up. He does so. And that's much needed from Bradley Ruse. It's the first maximum of this match.
91. Bradley require 157.
He's kicking on a little bit here, but it needs to be sustained. Interesting player. I like it. He didn't want to go 18s. He didn't want to go 20s. He wanted a little bit
78.
more.
Bradley,
and I can totally understand
68.
why he went bull.
So a chance now for him to level. Double 16.
52. Stephen, you
This is where the bull is the starting shot. Now, don't go for it again.
I think he is.
Why would you go for the smallest target on the board and it's covered? You've got a lovely treble 14, nice and open.
92. Bradley
Easy for me to sit here and say that, but that was the logical play. When the bullseye is hit, great. You don't have to go for it again. You have to go for this again.
Game shot.
He's done a really good job there.
Bradley Ruse.
Yeah, flies it in over the top of the first dart. slightly
Third leg, it's Stephen to the
hidden.
first. Game on.
by the first start, but found a way through.
140.
Bradley is 20 years of age now. It feels like he's been around for ages.
6.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
I can't imagine what the dart scene is like around The Hague. It must be so buoyant. That's where Raymond van Barneveld's from, of course.
Well, he's responsible for the boom in Holland.
Should have called him the detonator.
58.
He's got 2 stars on his shirt, as Bradley. One, because he's won the World Championship boys event at Lakeside.
91.
That was where he beat Charlie Large. But also because he's World Junior Champion from Alexandra Palace back in 2021.
41. Stephen, you require 170.
There will come a time where he will not put those stars on his shirt anymore. Because he'll want to replace them
105.
with a star from a senior World Championship.
$57.
65 now for Stephen. Finds a 25 for tops. 2 10s then. And he finds it with his third dart.
Stephen Johnston.
And takes the lead in this match by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you one thing that has changed for Bradley recently, which is a really good sign. When he was here in January, he struggled.
134.
We touched on that already. We had to. Because we have to paint the picture of what's happened to these players in recent months.
100.
But since then, he did go to the development tour and he did win the 5th event of the season. And that was his first development tour title.
56.
He beat Oliver Pierce Burgess in the final after beating the very well-regarded
60.
Charlie Manby in the semi-finals.
Well, that's got to be a confidence booster for him. So like you say, kind of like picking and choosing what he does.
58.
Is this a max?
125.
Not this time.
Too chunky and too stumpy, so he gets a small 5. It's always a bit of a trade-off. They are chunky and they are stumpy, but they do taper off. They are quite sharp towards the point.
45.
So they can nestle closer together than some other smaller, stumpy darts.
140.
Right there.
They seem to be working for him, don't they? Again, it's down to personal preference and what works
60.
for you. Stick
Stephen,
with
you
it.
require
As long as they've got a
76.
point in the end and they're under 40-odd grams and
Yeah,
doing
shot
things
the
like
fourth
that,
leg, Stephen
why
Johnston.
not? But I sincerely hope that he has a spare set just in
Fifth leg,
case
it's
something
Stephen
happens
to
to
throw
one of them.
first. Game on.
Can you imagine how difficult it would be for him to replace these?
He'd have to get one made,
100.
surely. He'd have to. But, yeah, not a common dart. Let's put it like that.
134.
Have you ever had something stolen or have you lost something that was irreplaceable on your travels?
I have lost
100.
a dart, and I'll tell you where it was. It was at Gary Anderson's pub. I was playing for, when I used to live down in Cheddar, I was playing for his team.
59.
And I lost a dart, and we've still not found it to this day. He said he searched high and low, but, you know, I think he was threatened because I might have beaten with him. I don't know. But, you know how these dart players get.
84.
Yeah, it's almost
Stephen, you
worse
require 161.
losing one dart than 3. But there is one thing worse than losing a dart, and that's losing
29.
matches. And Bradley Ruse is on the cusp of losing once again. Now, if Johnston gets the ball again at a 1-3-2, does he stay or does he move?
Well, I think he might have learnt. It all depends how it lies, though, in the bullseye. I think
6.
if it sits up,
Stephen, you require 132.
it might be a good target. Oh, he's gone for it.
Oh, what a
And
shot!
the match.
Prove
Stephen
us
Johnston.
wrong, Stevie J. He's not a footballer, but he might be as good as Stevie G. What a shot to finish that one off. It's a perfect time for champagne, and that's when you've got a victory. He glugs the water, and we are glowing at the fact that he hit that shot with aplomb. Phenomenal shot. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. It felt better than that, but he was much better than his opponent, winning by 4 legs to 1 against Bradley Ruse.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Portsmouth. We've got a couple of rounds in the bank, and this is what we've seen so far. Jamie Hughes got off to a flyer against Colin Osborne, but he has rebounded since then, taking out Jack Tweddle, who has lost his first couple of matches. No panic there, because he has been up against 2 of the fancied horses of the week. Some people have thrived, like Stevie Johnston, and, of course, Jamie Hughes. Some people have struggled, like Bradley Ruse. Now, Kent Sivertsen, I'll get that right in a second. He is now taking on Colin Osborne, who is in the middle of the pack with him. As you can see, Osborne third, Kent in fourth, but Jamie Hughes and Stevie J leading with the same points and the same leg difference at this early stage of Monday. Now with these two in a similar position in the table, it is fair for us to assume that Colin is the favourite based on the performances that we saw in the previous round. What worries us is that the Norwegian won his first game in a scrappy way, but his output was drastically reduced in round number 2. Osborne maintained, if not improved.
Game on.
And he's got the throw. So he may just be a bit too hot to handle here.
Yeah, leg difference only separating them at the moment. And that 4-0 defeat for Kent against Jamie Hughes in his last match was responsible for that.
81.
Just got to get back on that first dart like he had in the first couple of legs of the day, because since then it seems to have evaporated a little bit.
83.
Interesting also to see that Osborne is back on the pear-shaped flights over the last 6 to 9 months. That's what he used to use
100.
when he was at his peak about 15, 16 years ago. After a rebuilding period and going through a lot of practice years and re-exposing himself to competitive scenarios, he was using a small standard flight. But now he's back on the pear-shaped flight, which
59.
isn't necessarily the most fashionable flight these days, but hey, if it works for you, you go with it.
Absolutely. If you remember, Phil Taylor used to cut his, didn't he? He used to actually shape his own.
Indeed he did. I thought it was hilarious
100.
that when he was with a certain manufacturer, they went to all this trouble to make him these slim flights, and he kept cutting them. And they said, well, what are you doing? If you want a shape, tell us. I'll just cut them down, it's fine. Very frugal.
100. Can you require 161?
Yeah.
$60. Colin,
I
you
would
require
love to treble
60.
there, but Colin now for 60 for the first leg of this match. Top cent. Fine stops with his second dart.
Colin Osborne.
Goes into a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 17 darts. You feel
Second leg, it's Kent to
should be
throw
good
first.
enough a standard to take Kent out. We've looked at his numbers from the Nordic and Baltic Tour, and we've taken his first 2 games as a sample.
59.
Averaging 88 should be good enough for Osborne to get the points here, unless Sivertsen has got something that he hasn't proven yet on a stat sheet.
135.
Yeah, he really needs to up his game from his previous match.
Now, what we need is Norwegian darts to follow in the footsteps of the other sports that Norway are starting to dominate a little bit more. They've got Martin Ødegaard at Arsenal.
97.
They've got Erling Haaland at Manchester City. But in other sports, they really have had a great time of it over the last few years.
60.
Jakob Ingebrigtsen is probably their biggest sporting star. He's a middle to long distance runner. He's a bit of a character as well. Karsten Warholm.
87.
He's a really good 400-meter hurdler.
$60.
Predominantly their success in sport has been reserved for winter sports in the past. But they have had great darting stars in the past, like Robert Wagner, someone who would like to do a tumble on the stage every now and again.
And his magic tricks, don't forget.
I don't believe he got that tan in Norway.
No. Well, he used to be a bodybuilder, didn't he? So it's probably fake tan.
Colin, you require 80.
That reminds me of a very famous line from Gavin and Stacey. Where to are the fake tons? Where to is 80?
60.
It's not there.
So all Kent can do is try and pressurise.
99. Colin, you require 20.
But I'm not sure he'll be back for it. So double 10 now for Colin.
Game
Takes
shot
with
on
his
the
first
second
start
leg.
and goes
Colin
into a
Osborne.
2-0 lead.
You were right, Trina. He's not coming back.
Third leg, it's
Colin
Colin to throw first.
Has raised the standard by
Game on.
one single dart there. Started with a 17. And then holds his opponent back with a 16. If he keeps going that way, there's only one result that's imminent.
125.
2 out of 3 so far for Colin on the doubles.
58.
And that's proving to be enough. 93.92 currently for Colin, which is way ahead of Kent's average.
99.
The kind of standard he's going to need to compete in this group is probably somewhere between 83 and 89.
40.
What he's doing here and his previous match, it's bad news.
Yeah, started off well. When I say started off well, got a win underneath his belt. And since then, he's
40.
not produced.
I think it's a lot easier to produce when the adrenaline is flowing, and I'm sure it was in the first 2 or 3 legs of his day.
100.
But when things settle down, you've got to be able to play placid. And when you're up against someone like Osborne, who's been playing this kind of format for the best part of a decade and a half.
60.
Maybe not here all the time, but in other places, he has succeeded. He won the Championship League, which was
95.
just like this, back in 2009. Treble 19 should be the shot.
99.
He's picking this game apart.
Well, he really needs another treble.
85.
Can't
Colin, you
find it.
require 78.
So another chance for Colin to take out this 78.
Yeah, double 12. It's not going to be better than his previous leg.
Game shot on the third
But what it
leg. Colin Osborne.
is very consistent. 51 darts for 3 legs. And
Fourth
everything
leg,
is
it's
being
Kent
won
to throw first.
in 6 visits.
Game on.
And based on what we can see here, that is something that Kent can't live with.
45.
Yeah, his darts are very loose at the moment. And he can't find the consistency that he requires
108.
to live up to the class. Colin Osborne, maximum there.
I'm sure that Kent was hoping to
41.
open up a can of kick-ass on Colin. Well, he's pulled the ring and there's nothing but dust inside. What's Osborne up to here? Oh, he's out of rhythm now. Has that halted him? It hasn't.
177.
Now, if we get a second 1-4-4 of the day, Osborne could accomplish something here. He could get a 9-darter
84.
here
Colin, you
after
require
getting one in our
144.
previous studio as well. Monday morning 9-darter? Maybe not.
Super darts though there from Colin Osborne, leaving himself 48 after 9. And Kent way back on 3-3-1.
140.
So this really looking like a
Colin,
4-0
you require
victory
48.
for Colin.
Yeah, it really does. Kent has just had a 2-treble visit. His first out of 2 games. Did Colin just take that dart off the floor? Or did he get it from up his sleeve for his next trick?
8.
No, it didn't work. But he will be back. It's Kent way back on 191. And not looking to pressurise it at all.
Colin, you require 40.
So tops now for Colin.
And this is to go to 4 points with Johnston and Hughes, albeit they have a game in hand.
Game shot and a match.
But Osborne's done his job. That is a very accomplished display. His average will yield a second consecutive 93 and change, but this one is marginally better than the one he had in his previous match. So Colin is trending in the right direction. After losing his first game against Jamie Hughes, he has won the next 2 with the loss of only 1 leg. That last game was rather swift, and I'm sure Colin Osborne is very happy about that because he picked up the 4-0 victory. And now we turn our attention to these two. Jack Tweddle and Bradley Ruse, two people who have made it to the final game of a weekly campaign at the Modus Super Series before, are looking to get off the mark, but only one can. Jack has already lost
First leg, it's
to
Jack
Stevie
to
Johnston
first.
by 4 legs to 2.
Game on.
And succumbed to a very good display from Osborne in game 4. So is this where he gets off the mark? Or is he going to have more trouble with Bradley?
60.
As far as Bradley is concerned, 4-3 defeat over Kent Sivertsen in his first game. And then a 4-1 defeat over
57.
Steve Johnston in his second. So both hungry for points.
58.
Bradley hasn't had too far to come from the practice room, of course. It's a mere few meters away from the stage.
57.
And he hasn't had long to stew on that defeat to Johnston either, because the previous game, that lasted just shy of 10 minutes.
36.
So when you've lost a game, like game 6, sometimes you need a good 30, 40 minutes to get yourself ready for your next
58.
one. He had about 10 minutes. So maybe he's still stewing in his juices about that defeat.
Oh, that's where you need to have the ability to put your last game behind you and concentrate on what's in hand. Not control of that now.
84.
I've got a really good pal who lives in New Zealand. Played World Cup darts, in fact, for New Zealand with the fabulous Craig Caldwell.
100.
Yeah, Phil Hazel. Fabulous chap. Used to tell me all about Maori culture and
93.
stuff about
Bradley
New Zealand. He'd say, you've got 3 minutes when you lose and then you've got to move on. It's a really good rule, that, actually.
Yeah, reflecting on your past games when you've lost it is not
99.
the best thing to do.
Require 92.
So you've got to move on quickly, especially with this format.
28.
I can
Bradley
understand why
require
Jack's gone
48.
double-double there, because he believes that Ruse is going to take this out. Having said that, it's only one dart.
24.
That's a bit messy.
Jackie requires 64.
If you've got 48 and you don't hit your single, that's a huge miss, because you could get the 8 or the 16. Jack doesn't miss it,
44.
but he
Bradley
still offers it on a
require
plate to Bradley.
24.
So double 12 now for Bradley. For
It's
a
on the
break of
first
throw,
leg, Bradley
and
Ruse.
takes his first leg of the match.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I wonder who Bradley's darting heroes were when he was growing up, because not to make Michael Van Gerwen feel old,
57.
but when Bradley was born, MVG was already a world master.
60.
It probably is. Michael Van Gerwen. I know it's a bit bizarre, isn't it, really?
I've never thought about it in those terms until now.
97.
You talk about the world champion and the world number 2, Luke Littler. He was 18 in January, was it?
135.
So he was born in 2007. They will not have any memories
140.
of watching on television a Circus Tavern World Championship at all.
59.
If they have at all seen it, then obviously it would have been more recently.
93.
I've got a great idea for a segment we can do for Pluto TV. I think we should enlist the likes of Bradley Ruse and some
49.
other young
Bradley
dart players
require
and show them
114.
pictures of older dart players. Do you recognise who this is? They might not have a clue.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
58.
Yeah, show them an old picture of Co Stompy and see if they recognise him. Or someone like Wayne Weening.
100. Bradley, you require 56.
To 56 now then. For Bradley, well, finds the double 16. Well,
Gabe shot on his second leg.
that's one way to go. And he goes 2-0 ahead.
It seems as if Bradley Ruse is allergic to the
Third
single
leg, it's
16.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
And the antidote is double 12. His reaction in the background is priceless.
41.
He doesn't actually know how he's 2-0 up, but he is. Just a reminder that Jack Tweddle really was
60.
second favourite for this week, but today, nothing seems to be working the way it has been recently.
100.
He's not playing bad. He's just been a little bit unfortunate. He has played
59.
probably the top two
100.
in this group on performance so far.
We've seen it before, and we will see it again.
41.
People will get bad starts, but if they can rescue the day, if they can walk out with 4 or 6 points for the day,
140.
they're still going to be part of the equation.
Just a max for Bradley.
120. Jack, you require
That was unfortunate.
80.
A chance now for Jack to take tops to get a leg on the board.
40.
And he can't find it, but he will be back as Ruse back on 221.
100.
Better darts
Jack, you
there from
require
Bradley.
40.
But he
Gabe
does
shot
lose
on
the
third
leg.
Jack Tweddle.
That's more like it from Jack. It's as if he's starting
Fourth
matches
leg,
just a
it's
little
Bradley to
cold.
throw first. Game
And by the time he gets into the game, it's a bit too much for him to do. You can't afford to do that in best of 7 because it's so short.
134.
Now, his doubling hasn't been the best either for Jack.
96.
Conversion rate you need really has got to be somewhere between 35 and 40%, and he's not at that level. For the day,
57.
it's not great. 3 from 14 in his first couple of matches, so
97.
4 from 17 now. That's just a shade under 25%.
Yeah, and that's not what Jack's form from Challenge Tour suggests at all.
138.
He's done well there, though.
Bradley, you require 170.
It's a big fish off. One person can't reel it in.
98.
And we
Jack,
wait
you
to see if
require
somebody else can get it on the
170.
line. This fish does not want to be caught.
87. Bradley, you require 72.
To 72 for Bradley. Treble 16 is the target, but again, slips into the 7. He does not like that 16. Double 10.
62. Jack, you
What is it
require
about that 16
83.
bed that he is so allergic to? Might just cost him the leg after all.
67.
Oh, there you go. More pain for Jack.
Bradley, you require 10.
More missed doubles. And an opportunity now for Bradley to take out 10.
Well, he's hit double 12 twice. I was going to say that corner of the board could have been fruitful for him. But that one is.
On the fourth leg.
He's
Bradley
working very hard here. he might not have the best average or anything glittering in this game, but he's doing enough to lead by 2 legs.
He's taking his chances. That's what he's doing. And Jack is giving him plenty.
He's 3 from 6 on the doubles so far, the young Dutchman. But if you dissect his numbers a little bit deeper, visit-wise, he's been perfect. And that's all we can ask.
134.
That's better darts there from Jack.
When he did win his week, it was Series 7, which was ultimately won by Andreas Harrison.
81.
And on that Saturday night, Bradley was excellent. It was week 3, and he has predominantly, in his Super Series career, played early in the schedule. He beat Jensen Walker in his first game on that Saturday night.
171.
And he also beat David Cameron twice. Once in the group and once in the final.
140.
And that was
Jackie
after he
required
beat Andy
24.
Hamilton in the semis.
Game shot on
The
the
double
fifth
12 is
leg.
getting a
Jack
hammering
Tweddle.
in this game. 3rd time it's been found.
6th flag. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Bradley with the darts in this leg and throwing for the match.
96.
It's amazing how things can change. You look back at a result
45.
that was a little over a year ago, and then it takes on greater significance based on someone's journey. Speaking to many
90.
people, they think that Bradley may have gone back a step in his career in the last 12 months. The first person he was up against when he won his nightly
50.
title is now the defending series champion. So Jensen Walker has gone one way, and maybe Bradley has stalled a little bit. But who's to say that he's not inspired
58.
by Jensen?
Both young lads, and
140.
they've got a whole career ahead of them. You've got to remember that, Bradley's only 20. For him to play in the standard that he's playing at that age, I mean, that's just superb darts to leave himself 80.
Yeah, just when Jack thought he was getting back into this game, Bradley has the
99.
password.
Bradley require 80.
If he cracks it here, he can hack his way to 2 points and put Jack Tweddle at the bottom of the table on his own. He's missed another single, but he hasn't missed the double.
And
that's a really improved display there from Ruse. Over the course of the day, he's looked a little bit abject and maybe a little bit abstract. We salute that performance. Not necessarily about the average. That was good enough. But look at the doubles. 4 from 7 is very, very good. But when he goes back to the practice room, he's going to be thinking, why did I miss so many singles? It doesn't matter, because he wins by 4 legs to 2 anyway.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
$60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
We've only got one more game in round number 3 because round number 3 has been very, very quick indeed. Osborne winning 4-0 against Sivertsen. And Bradley Ruse getting off the mark against Jack Tweddle, who will be bottom of the table after the 3rd round. So there's a bit of a surprise. But these two have had very good days so far.
Hughes
has been very typical.
First
Emotionless,
leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
doing a really good job.
Game on.
Whereas we can't say the same for Stevie Johnston, because the last dart he threw on the stage was at the end of a 1-3-2 checkout, which started with 2 bullseyes. He is very far from emotionless. He is passion-filled.
Yeah, a bit of a raw let out as he hit. Brilliant shot.
100.
I've seen some ton plus checkouts today. Plenty of them, in fact. Had a 101 from Osborne, a 112 from Johnston, 144 from Ruse in defeat
100.
to Sivertsen. Hughes with a 116 and that 132 from Johnston. So a nice myriad of different checkouts there. I wonder what we're going to get from this game.
$57.
Yozza's going to be a bit of a regular here this year, you feel, based on reputation and talent.
99.
I wonder if he can take a weekly title back to Tipton. Unfortunately for Scott Baker, he's not been able to do that yet. But imagine if we had domestic pairs instead of international pairs. You'd have to have Baker and
134.
Hughes together.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a team that would be.
60. Jamie, you require 110.
I'm sure Stevie Johnson's thinking, if I can find myself a weekly title, I might get into the Scotland team with Hendo or Scott Campbell. Hughes is back on for tops.
70.
Wasn't far away.
It wasn't, and tops has been his favourite
100. Jamie require
today.
40.
So tops now for him. Double 10. Takes it with his
Shot of
second
first
dart.
leg, Jamie Hughes.
It's the first leg on the board in this match.
Second leg.
He hasn't
it's
changed
Stephen
much
to
about
throw
that dart
first.
shirt over the years.
Game on.
But he could have put something on it to remind people why he's called Yozza.
80.
He could have had Giza double. Because the famous line is Giza job, isn't it? If you're watching from outside the UK, by the way, it means
76.
give me. It's a northern turn of phrase. Giza means give me.
100.
Weren't that Arvida's aim pet?
Boys from the Black Stuff.
Ah.
I was a big fan of Arvida's in pet when I was younger.
92.
There were people from all over the place. You had Timothy Spall, who was from the West Country. Oh, no, he was from the West Midlands. You had Bomber from the West Country.
60.
You had Wayne, who was from London. Moxie was from Merseyside. And you had the Geordies with Jimmy Neal, Kevin Wheatley.
Yeah, and just trying to think of the... Oh, I can see his
85.
face.
Dennis Healy.
That's the one.
They genuinely can't
45.
make television like that anymore. It was groundbreaking. It literally groundbreaking because they were bricklayers, some of them.
Well, and in them days as well, you had none of this playback, so you had to make sure that you were in to watch it.
140.
Oh, look at this. Groundbreaking 180 from Johnston, who gives us the wings.
Jamie require 108.
Well, needed the treble 19.
56.
So
Stephen, you
36 now.
require 36.
Stephen. Double 9.
18.
Oh, that
Jamie,
could be
you
costly.
require 52.
Yours is surely going for a 12. Very safe.
Game shot on the
And
second
that's why he
leg,
went for the
Jamie
12. He seems to have tops right on that mark at the minute.
Third
If he's
leg,
missing
it's
it, he's
Jamie
missing
to
it
the
by
right
a
first.
millimetre.
Game on.
Yeah, and a breaker throw there as well.
134.
Super darts there from Jamie Hughes. And these super darts coming in here as well. Hits a maximum.
It's
a great reply.
And there's me saying he doesn't hit many maximums. He's got 2 in this game. It's only like 3.
140.
Well, you can clearly fit them in. That treble.
134.
Do you want to play a little game for the rest of the day?
Go on then.
Why don't we try and figure out, for all of these 6 dart players, what was number 1 when they were born?
Ooh, now then.
140.
Now, Jamie Hughes was born on the 27th of February, 1986.
99. Jamie, you
I
require
wonder who was
87.
big back then. Well, this could be big. It could be 3-0. Well, that was a bit costly. He's lost his line. And as a result, he could lose the leg.
23. Stephen, you
Yeah,
require
Stephen got a chance
88.
now at 88. $18 for the ball. Bullseye.
63.
Not to be, so Jamie,
Jamie,
a
you
chance
require
to take out the
64.
64 for a 3-0 lead. So double 8. And finds it with his
It's on the
second
third
dart.
leg,
And does
Jamie
indeed
Hughes.
go into a 3-0 lead.
Well, funnily enough,
Fourth
when
leg,
Jamie
it's
Hughes was
Stephen to
born,
throw first.
the number 1
Game on.
song was When the Going Gets Tough by Billy Ocean. Quite
Tough.
frankly,
Yeah, go in.
things
100.
aren't very tough right now. But you better get going, just in case Johnston wants to get back into the match.
Yeah, don't rest on your laurels. Doesn't look like he's going to.
140.
That was from a famous movie, wasn't it? That song?
It was from
60.
Something in the Stone.
Romancing the Stone.
That's it.
Michael Douglas. Great trilogy of movies.
Yeah.
45.
I'm just trying to think of her name.
Sybil Shepherd.
Was it?
Was it Sybil Shepherd?
I'm not so sure.
140.
Kathleen Turner.
There you go.
I've just plucked that out there all by myself. No help whatsoever in the gallery.
I can confirm that.
100.
And if Hughes does win the match, he won't be the jewel of the Nile, but he could be the jewel of the Live Lounge.
90.
He would love a maximum here. It's a good tone. It's good pressure. And Johnston now has his back against the wall. Tops.
91.
Now he
Jamie
fears
require 116.
he might be the next person to lose to nil.
Well, he needs the treble. Finds it. So double 18 for a 4-0 victory.
98. Stephen, you require 20.
That's a lovely dart.
Flag, Stephen
He
Johnston.
didn't use the other one as a marker. He just looked at a little portion of the bed that he could see.
Fifth flag, it's Jamie to throw first.
And finds
Game
it
on.
just a little bit left of his previous shot. Gorgeous dart from Johnston.
58.
Well, a bit of slip of the dart there by Yozza. Almost finding the treble 9, the double 19, I should say.
Every now and again, you do get a dart that comes out of your hand that doesn't feel great. Rob Cross has had a real problem with that in his career, but it doesn't happen as much anymore.
100.
But if it doesn't sit in your grip right, you step back and then you reset. This is one of the reasons why Rob, when he steps back on a double, he wants to make sure that the grip is right. That's what it's all about.
140.
Feeling comfortable is not just about the mental aspect of it. It's also about the physical aspect as
55.
well.
That's an unlucky dart. Nearly a maximum there. Jamie Hughes.
Well, we really are
100.
seeing
Jamie
the best
require
darts
120.
here today from Hughes, Johnston and Osborne. Their standard is so much better than everybody else. And it's tops for the match.
80.
He's missed a
Stephen,
couple
you
on
require 146.
ton plus combinations. He will return though, and Johnston's got to feel like this is too much. He's 3 out of 7.
110. Jamie, you require 40.
He doesn't care how many darts he throws as long as he gets a 4th hit. And that's what that is.
And the match, Jamie
Another
Hughes.
accomplished display from Yozza. 94.44 the average. And sometimes when Stevie Johnston does leave the stage, he leaves really disappointed. But I think he can understand early in the Monday campaign that right there Jamie Hughes was just about the better player. They will play each other again at the start of round number 3 tomorrow. But now we're about to start round number 4.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
beautiful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back. We have our next game on the stage, but this is what we've already seen in our third round of play. Osborne getting the best of Kent Sivertsen. Osborne was just too good in that one. Jack Tweddle starting to go through the gears, but found Bradley Ruse in a different gear. 6 legs, and Bradley was firmly the better player, but Yozza undefeated today after 3 rounds, and he's looking very accomplished with some very good numbers in all departments. That's why he's top. Osborne and Johnston in pursuit, with the likes of Ruse and Sivertsen getting off the mark a little bit earlier on in our campaign. Jack Tweddle, second favourite for the week, yet to score, but he could really turn things around as he takes on Norway's Sivertsen right here. Based on what we've seen over the last couple of rounds, Sivertsen has come off the top and his level has severely dropped. And this is something that Jack Tweddle's really got to take advantage of, Trina.
Yeah, he really has. And yeah, this is going to be his best opportunity to get some points on the board. Jack's doubling's not been great, and so he'll be looking to rectify that.
To throw first. Game on.
In this match.
Anybody who doubles under 30% is running a risk of having a bad day.
100.
Anybody who doubles under 25% is really starting to look
49.
a bit sketchy. But the day's not finished. Tweddle has still got this game, and he has a chance against Jamie Hughes in game 14. But the deck may be stacked when he plays Yozza, because he doesn't have the darts in that one. And by the time he goes up against him, he might be undefeated again after his game with Bradley Ruse. Time will tell, though. 2 more rounds to go for the rest of the day.
100.
But we will have plenty for you on Pluto TV to keep you abreast of your darting fix.
$25.
Oh, poor visit there from Kent. Didn't leave himself a finish.
100.
So Jack will be back for the 72.
61. Jack,
And if
you
he does
require
succeed in taking
72.
this out, it will be a break of throw. So top cent.
32. Can
Still
you
can't
require
find the doubles.
134.
The shot's on, but not for long.
78.
Which sounds
Jack,
a
you
bit like a
require
song.
40.
Double 10 for Jack.
30. Can you require 56?
And my word, his doubles really have deserted him today. Sivertsen has decided on double 18,
Game shot on the
and he hits
first
it
leg.
easily, so he
Kent
takes a
Sivertsen.
1-0 lead. I'm not going to make a joke about this, but we were looking in the
Second
break
leg,
at what
it's
was
Jack
number
to throw
1
first.
when Jack
Game on.
Tweddle was born. It's actually back for good by Take That. And the only thing he wants back for good are his doubles.
93.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really deserting him today.
53.
Scoring is not a problem.
140.
Really is down to his doubles.
You're absolutely right, Trina, because you look at his averages today, they're not his best, but they're not terrible.
77.
89, 82, 84. You can do a lot with them as long as you're hitting your doubles.
140.
But the point is he isn't.
And just imagine how
75.
where he would be if he was hitting his doubles, you know, and his averages would be way higher than what they have been.
35.
I think there's many
Jack,
a
you
person
require
out there right now thinking,
116.
before a dart is thrown today, Tweddle's probably going to win this group. He looks good. At this point, it's unlikely.
96.
Another double missed.
Yeah, well, coming into today,
45.
obviously,
Jack, you require
looking
20.
at his previous form, you'd have to say that you'd expect more, but he
Game
does
shot on the
find the
second
double
leg.
with his last
Jack
start
Tweddle.
there and gets a leg on the board.
Third leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
What they should do is put this statement on a T-shirt. There are no guarantees in darts.
59.
Because you could be the best player in the world, but nobody's going to give you a leg. You have to take it. And if you keep going the wrong side of the wire, it's not going to be your leg, is it? Now, my segue to the next thing is
21.
about somebody else from Swindon. I remember 15 years ago, a lot of people raving about a great young dart player called Chris Aubrey.
83.
I still think he was fabulous back then. May still be now. I haven't seen Chris in a
57.
while. But he's a genuinely nice lad. But they were saying he could be one to pop.
140.
It didn't happen. It doesn't happen for everybody.
96.
Meaning there are no guarantees. And what today is proving is that even with his form, there was no guarantee that Tweddle was going to have a good day.
$114. Jack, you require 78.
Jack, 78 then, 20 for tops.
38. Can you require
That's some way off.
154?
He realistically could be 3-0 up. Or dare I say, if he'd found his doubles
60.
quickly,
Jack,
he
you
could be
require
3.5-0 up.
40. Game shot.
He got there in the end.
Jack Tweddle.
That was a really nice collision with dart number 2. He is the better player in this game.
4 flag. It's
by
Jack
over
to the
12
reverse.
points in the averages.
Game on.
But he's had 12 darts at a double compared to Kent's 1.
Yeah, it's really proving to be hard work, isn't it,
140.
for Jack? But he's making the hard work himself.
96.
Way ahead with his scoring. And really struggling
134.
to put the double away.
And that action he has, it's incredibly whippy. There's not a stop
57.
and aim point. It's one of get into position and whiplash.
100.
So that'd be a really good nickname for him.
He.
Because that's how he throws the darts.
36. Jackie require 47.
Just give him a sound effect for when he throws.
Game shot of 4 flag. Jack Tweddle.
Whoosh. Just like that, he's 3-1 up. He's like Indiana Jones.
5th flag. It's Kent to throw first. Game on.
See, that's something I would change about our production. Just throw in a few extra sound effects.
33.
That's what they have on the soft tip boards over in the Far East, isn't it? You hit certain shots and you get sound effects from the machine.
140.
So when you get a white horse, treble 20, treble 19, treble 18, the next thing you hear is a horse.
60.
Nay. Really?
100.
One thing about Jack, though, is he really has taken control of this game. He's 3 out of 13 on the doubles. He's missed 10 darts at double.
100.
And he's averaging 94.
Well, that just shows his scoring power, doesn't it?
100.
Now he's putting something together. And people
Jackie
really
require
are
121.
starting to take Sivertsen apart.
45.
That's fine. Not a great visit, but good enough to set up a 2-darter.
60. Jackie requires 76.
Treble 20. 16. 4 tops for the match. And he
Good
finds
shot
it with his
and the
first
match,
start this
Jack
time.
Tweddle.
Brilliantly done. That's a really good conversion there from Jack. He's been under the pump all day long, but he might just have got Kent Sivertsen at the right time. As his confidence was starting to flag, Jack Tweddle just provided his best average of the day. Gave himself plenty of opportunities as well, and with only 28% on the doubles, he gets a 4-1 victory and his first 2 points of the day. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV for a Monday morning and Monday afternoon as usual. And thank you for your continued company. Well, you don't have to be like that, Colin. You should be chirpy. You've had a really good day so far. He is being rather loquacious on the hockey just before business gets underway. But it has been a good day for Colin. And the day for Jack Tweddle has just improved because he's just found his first win. And it does seem, Trina, that if you can find an average of about 93, you're going to be okay. Because we saw that from Tweddle. We've seen it twice from Osborne. We've seen it from Hughes.
First leg,
when you get to that range, it's good enough for the 2 points.
Game on.
Yeah, that seems to be how it's panning out today.
$140.
It was the case for Johnston as well. When he took out Bradley Ruse, he was just shy of the 93 mark.
60.
I wonder who's going to register the biggest average of the week. Osborne's PB is 107 here. But there are people coming in later in the week who really could turn into the three-figure monster. People like Mike Warburton, Scott Taylor, even
140.
England international Lewis Gurney. Or potentially somebody from this group
100.
could start turning the screw. Colin is, of course, from Middlesbrough.
121.
That's why when you look at his X feed, there's always the hashtag UTB. Up the borough.
140.
Is that why his setup's all in red as well?
Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
There are no accidents.
No.
Probably shouldn't talk about football at the minute because Middlesbrough's local rivals have been having it better than Borough. Sunderland at Wembley for the playoff final, and Newcastle could be en route to the Champions League.
22.
Osborne could still be a 1-0 up here.
105.
So 105. Finds the treble 20. Finds a 5, and now tops for a break of throw. And he does indeed find it. 1-0 Osborne.
He's looking so good.
Second leg, it's Colin to the row first.
3 out of 7 on the doubles in defeat to Jamie Hughes in the first game. Then 4 from 5. Then 4 from 8. And now starting superbly.
58.
His doubles, in direct contrast to Jack Tweddle, have been fabulous.
100.
Yeah, doubling's been good for, I'd say,
121.
Hughes and Johnston.
100.
So this is an important match, really, as the table goes.
Yeah, Johnston doesn't want to be lumbered on 4 points. Neither does Colin. I think they start now to understand that Jamie Hughes is in pretty good nick. It doesn't take a genius to figure out who's on form for the day.
131.
They have a monitor in the practice room. They also have the facility to view the table and the results. And there's this feeling, oh, somebody's on it today, and they know that Jamie is.
98.
What's
Steven,
more,
you require 170.
They can't affect what Jamie does for the rest of the day because he's beaten them both.
100. Colin, you require 164.
Yeah, that's when you're praying for somebody to put a spoke in their, a spanner in their spoke, in their wheel, whatever the phrase is. I don't know.
Well, I think he was caught in two minds there. Initially, that first start was so good.
121.
As that dart
Stephen,
proves,
you require
you get this feeling, maybe I should go for another one, even though it's the wrong shot.
Game shot on the second leg.
Oh,
Stephen
that was
Johnston.
lethal from Johnston. And how fast was that done?
Super fast. Levels the
Third
match.
leg, it's Stephen to the
Let me just clarify my last comment,
on.
because when you have such a perfect first dart, just imagine if you've got 181 left,
100.
but you've just hit the treble 20 twice. Your initial instinct is, I want to get that 180 because it's so inviting. But then you realise, oh, hang on a minute, that's not what I need.
140.
It's a bit like when Jose de Sousa had 181 left at the World Cup and hit a 180.
100.
Oops.
Yeah, not known for his best calculation.
80.
Unfortunately not, but he is a cracking chap. He's really affable, great to talk to, really friendly.
100.
And if you ever need a kitchen fitted, seriously, from what I hear, Jose de Sousa's like a maestro when it comes to putting kitchens together.
60.
I
43.
think everybody in life has got that one thing they're better at than anybody else. I truly believe that. As for annoying people like Colin, he's probably better at most things than most people.
140.
Golf,
Stephen, you require
football, darts,
158.
table tennis. He's done them all.
45. Colin, you require 81.
So 81. Can you take this out then? Well, was going for the treble 19.
And this time it's going to be the 14s. And he hasn't got enough of them. So off the back of the 70 checkout in 2.
41.
Johnston's going to
Stephen, you
fancy
require
this.
113.
Double 18.
Yeah,
Oh, he fancied it. He took it.
Stephen Johnston.
That's what you got to do to beat Osborne. You got to get a chance.
Fourth
That's
leg,
job
it's
one.
Colin to the row first.
Then you've got to take it.
Game on.
Yeah, super darts there from Stephen. Given the opportunity. Said thank you very much.
44.
Does look like his dad, doesn't he, Stevie J?
He does. Even more so when his grey hair
99.
starts to come.
Something to look forward to. I'll tell you what, if he picks up a few titles like his dad did,
100.
he'll be very proud.
Yeah, great player. There's Peter.
42.
Extremely respected as well by his
absolutely.
Scotland teammates. You speak to George Dalgleish or Gary Anderson or John Henderson about Peter Johnston, they'll just
43.
glow.
Yeah, he was the man. Especially playing for his country.
100.
Very proud Scottishman. Many a World Cup we've shared together.
100.
These are the kind of things as well that we tend to
85.
talk a lot about here at the Modus Super Series, because we may have some young viewers tuning in on Pluto TV. We know this is a streaming platform. And you might not have seen a lot of the old internationals that we can
84.
recollect. And we want to rekindle those memories. We want to bring them up again.
Well, they have been
65.
Very
Colin, you
important in
require
the- in the-
130.
production then, if you like, of the whole game of darts and country-wise as well. When we're saying the World Cups and everything.
90.
Prime
Stephen, you
example
require
here is that
110.
Steve is following in the steps of his father.
$78. Colin, you require
So
40.
a chance for Colin now to level the match on tops. Double 10 then. Finds it with his
Shot on the
second
full
dart.
flag, Colin Osborne.
Levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you go back to 2002. That's when the World Cup
100.
was won by Scotland. And just to throw a little bit of extra proof on the barbecue, there may be some people out there thinking,
60.
are we just talking about Peter Johnston because he wore Scotland's shirt, and are we overselling it? Absolutely not. And I've got a bit of proof about this. The 2002 World Cup, it was won by Scotland. This was the Scottish team. Gary Anderson, George Dalglish, Peter Johnston and Mike Veitch. That is an incredible team. But in order to prove just how good that team was,
100.
think about the England team they beat in the final. Mervyn King, Martin Adams, Andy Fordham and John Boy Walton. 3 world champions and Mervyn King.
Yeah, extraordinary.
58. Stephen, you require 161.
Such a strong team on both parts.
136.
He was feeling saucy. But he does like the bull today, doesn't he? He is a bit of a showman, and we like it.
Yeah, like you say, quite an aggressive player.
100. Stephen, you require 25.
So misses the big 9. Goes into the 14. Resets. Double 4. And he finds it.
Stephen Johnston.
Why do I get the feeling that these two are going to be dueling all
flag,
week?
It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
By the way, just for clarification, that was the Europe Cup, not the World Cup from 2002. Before you at me. Although Peter did play in the World Cup
74.
3 times. 1997, 1999.
136.
A year that you know a lot about, Trina, and 2001. Colin didn't really go down the BDO route in his career. He was more of a straight to the PDC kind of guy around 2006. You didn't see that much
100.
in the early 2000s. It was usually you're a BDO player first, and then you would choose to either stay or to go somewhere else. But one of the original players to just go straight to the PDC was Osborne.
$95. Colin, you require 136.
If he doesn't take this out, he might be in a bit of bother.
Yeah, really needs to take this out. Well, that's the first one. Can't find the second, so he'll just leave it handy for
Stephen,
tops.
You require 170.
Does he get a shot at this bullseye? There's your answer.
60. Colin, you require
This
40.
game has been fascinating. Both averaging over 90. Doubles, excellent. And we go the distance in a game that we don't want to stop. But it has to. In the next 501 points for somebody.
From final leg. It's Stephen to throw first.
Stephen
Game on.
has the throw in this match.
99.
So you would like to think that he has the advantage, but what's Colin got to say about it?
If he keeps hitting that first start in the bottom of the 60, his confidence is going to grow. Because that's exactly what he wants.
100.
Yeah, and that's a great first 3 from Colin as well. Hitting the 140. And there's his first dart again.
But if I'm standing where Stevie J is right now, I'm looking at the number thinking, whatever you do,
125.
I'm going 18s next. He should have gone 18s.
85.
Yeah, a bit surprising there.
What he's doing is he's saying, I think I'm going to get 3 visits to take this out. So if Osborne takes 236
100.
in 2 visits, Johnston can't win this match. Simple as that. You have to try and minimise
100.
visits
Colin, you require 136.
to beat people like Colin.
Well, a chance now. Not to be done, so all he can do is put the pressure on the 117 that Johnston has.
Now 71 left for Colin. And now he has to press pause.
78.
He's
Stephen, you
now
require
not
117.
in control of this game. And just like that,
59.
he could
Colin,
have
you
control
require
back.
58.
Is he about to go to 6 points with Jamie Hughes ahead of his 4th game of the day? Double 10. He's 50% on the doubles. If he keeps that up, he'll win 4-3.
38.
Maybe his
Stephen, you
rhythm was
require
disrupted.
58.
And Johnston could show him how it's done.
Game shot.
That's what he
and the match.
does.
Stephen Johnston.
Tremendous game between that Scotsman and that Englishman. I'm already looking forward to that game tomorrow. It will be in the first third of action. It's thirsty work here, Stevie J. And he's on 6 points now and will be a factor in this group, of that there's no doubt. Osborne loses out. He had his chances, 2 of them at the end of the match, but he succumbs to Stephen Johnston and his 92.17 average by 4 legs to 3.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. Just before the break, we saw Stevie Johnston get a very hard-fought 4-3 victory against Colin Osborne. But now we turn our attention to the leader in the table. Jamie Hughes, still atop the table with a game in hand. He will now have that against Bradley Ruse, who finally got off the mark in the previous round after a stuttering start. But the fact that he beat Jack Tweddle by 4-2 means that he will feel better about this challenge now than if he'd played Jamie
First
earlier.
leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Now, this one's a battle of the man who never has a hair out of place against the man who doesn't have any hair.
60.
And even less now that he shaved his beard off.
He looks good for it. If you have a picture of Jamie Hughes now compared to Jamie Hughes in 2017, it doesn't look like he's aged.
It doesn't. It doesn't at all.
I'm going to have to ask him what his secret is.
100.
I once asked my dad that because he's over 70 and he doesn't look a day over 50.
108.
And his answer was?
He's
a very uncomplicated man, my dad. He said soap.
93.
And he's never
Jamie
used shaving foam in his life.
141.
Wow.
He's like Bill Duke in Predator. Well, Jamie, what were you up to there?
94.
Well, I'm just really glad to see that Jamie Hughes went for the right shot. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Jamie?
134.
Off to
Jamie
a hot start
47.
and putting Bradley on the back foot immediately.
Game shot on the first
And that
leg.
12 darter
Jamie Hughes.
proves why Jamie Hughes might just be the person to catch.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's had a great start to day one.
81.
You think about some of the previous series champions we've had. Scott Taylor, who was here this week, he won at the start of last year.
93.
That was the culmination of a lot of hard work for Scott. He'd been here before, he'd succeeded in a weekly sense, but he made that series title his own. Andreas Harrison,
93.
same. Lots of hard work. But if you think 2025 is going to be the year of the young ones, Littler's the world champion, Jensen Walker the series champion as it stands at the minute.
60.
Don't discount people like Hughes. They might just be coming into their peak.
100.
Well, finds his treble with the last dart there, and that's the way his other two darts were sat. Was a perfect line.
135.
He really has got that treble 20 on the end of a string.
108.
That's glorious.
Super darts for Jamie on 47 after 12.
140. Jamie requires
Possible 14
47.
here. A top cent for a 14 dart leg. 15 then.
27.
Not to be.
Bradley
So a
requires
chance for Bradley
73.
to take out 73.
Needs it.
Tops then.
Doesn't get it.
53.
I've just been backtracking in this game.
required 20.
Jamie Hughes in all 3 legs has left 47.
Game shot on the second leg. Jamie Hughes.
Well, it's working. Takes another leg.
Third leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Certain numbers just keep cropping up when you have a daily campaign.
60.
It really does make you think sometimes. I'm a big believer in number patterns and things like that. And I think if you're a dart player,
93.
you play enough legs, you'll spot your own patterns. But if you keep leaving a certain number and you keep hitting it, why would you not leave it again?
108.
We're not starved of maximums in this one. That's 4. It's only leg 3.
Yeah, it's a much better game as well from Bradley. Currently averaging 100.73. Jamie on 103.50.
55.
Tremendous game here from both players. There's Jamie again into the treble 20.
95.
What a lot of people might not know is the personal best average of Jamie Hughes. It was hit back in 2018
58.
in a qualifier for a European Tour event called the European Darts Open. It was on the 16th of February that year. You might be astonished
41.
to be told that Jamie
Bradley
Hughes'
require
personal best
148.
is 125.25. But he might lose this leg.
120.
Well, Bradley took out a 144 in a previous game. Nearly took out the 148 there.
100.
So he's
Bradley
back
required
to
28.
take out the 28, double 14. Takes it with his
Takes on
first
the third
dart
leg,
and gets
Bradley
his first
Ruse.
leg on the board in this match.
28 in Dutch's Acton
Fourth
Tindig.
leg. It's Jamie to
Is that
throw
right?
first.
Something
Game
like that. I know 20 is 20. I'm a darts hipster, you see. I've seen some Dutch commentary.
27.
But when it comes to Dutch commentary, nothing rivals that Sean Great Batch 9 darter against Steve Coote.
Yeah, amazing.
100.
I just remember the way they did it. Yeah, double 18. Fantastic. I don't know who did that commentary, but it was legendary.
100.
In some sports, they do go up a certain level with alternative commentary, like watching Mexican football or Dutch darts.
Give us an impression.
57.
Mexican football.
Nobody wants to hear that from me. We'll leave that one to Henry Deacon when he's back here.
$100.
I think Bradley's done a good job here. He was very much under the pump after a couple of legs.
97.
He's held on very, very well, playing some stellar stuff.
Yeah, definitely his best game of the day so far, as in performance-wise.
108.
There's another maximum there from Yoza,
He-
leaving himself on 94.
Today has not been a day of maximums. The most we've seen by a player in a match
Jamie
is
required
2
94.
on 3 occasions. We have not had a lot at all. But this is a definitive change from Yoza.
Tops he needs.
54.
Can't be found this time.
Bradley require 107.
So Bradley a chance for 107 to level the match.
That was a chance. You do fear that Hughes is going to hold
Jamie
again.
require 40.
Double 10 on the whole has been very good to him. And very, very well done.
Flag,
Cushions it in for a 3-1 lead.
Fifth flag, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on. $100.
Just looking at Jamie throughout the entire visit.
60.
Doesn't blink.
Okay. Never noticed. But I shall now.
Just the little things.
121.
The Olympian non-blinker is Richard Veenstra. He stares through the board. Remember the old thing that Eric Bristow used to say? To try and put his opponents off, he'd ask them whether they breathed in or were breathing out when they were throwing darts. Well, actually, it's neither. There's a state in between breathing out and breathing in,
93.
which is where the dart players are at when they throw. It's a state of static. Because your body and your mind can survive on the oxygen it's already got.
85.
So we don't breathe in or out. It's just the way it is.
Well, I've never noticed that fact, to be fair.
96.
So Bradley's got himself in a good position here to have a go
60. Bradley required
at this
91.
91. Finds the treble 17. Now needs tops. Takes it with his third dart and gets another leg. Trails by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth flag, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
That's such a lovely check out. Really clinical as well. Didn't think about the safety route.
100.
Attacked it. And played off.
You just got to be careful with the release point.
100.
Now, we mentioned that he has had a few issues with letting go of the dart at times in the last 6 months. So if he is going to miss, he's going to miss low. That's very much
85.
a characteristic of people who've been through what he's gone through. Now, the release point has got to be before that lower arm is at 90 degrees. Otherwise,
60.
it's going to be low 100% of the time. But look at this position here. Minimal drawback. All thrust forward.
134.
It is genuinely one of the best darts throws that the world has ever seen.
And at the end of the throw, it's quite a flick, isn't it?
100.
Puts a lot of pressure on the elbow and indeed the front wrist. Look at that right wrist coming through. Look at the hand pointing to the floor and then there's a bounce on it. The only person
58.
I can think off the top of my head that's like that is Michael van Gerwen. But Michael's wrist recoils even more.
$95. Jamie, you require 124.
So 1-2-4 for Jamie to wrap this match up. Treble 18 would leave the ball.
99. Bradley require
Good try.
146.
Ruse has got to dig deep again. There goes that chance. Hughes has had a lot of darts at double in this game.
25.
He's already had 11. He doesn't want any more than 13.
Game
He doesn't need a 13th.
Jamie Hughes.
It is a 4th straight win for Jamie Hughes. He may be sans beard, but he's not without points. He has been superb on Monday. Another really tidy display here. Just shy of 92 the average. In the first leg or two, he was sailing above the 110 mark. He doesn't care about the average though. He's got the lure of the 2, but he's got the 4 legs for the cost of only 2, and he goes to 8 points in the table.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back. We have a table update for you. And Jamie Hughes, he's at number 1. The way he's playing, he's going to be at number 1 longer than Brian Adams. Well, he's not playing. Stephen Johnston is. So is Osborne, and they're doing pretty well today. But Ruse, Tweddle and Sivertsen are all suffering the same fate after playing 4 matches today so far. So now we go into our last round of matches, and Stevie J could finish his day in a very good position. Could be on 8 points with Yozza. He's still got his game in hand against Jack Tweddle. But if you walk away with 8 points, Trina, on Monday, you're one happy bunny.
Yes, indeed. You know, there's a possibility
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Full card today.
But even if Jamie Hughes was to win 5 out of 5,
81.
if you're just one game behind him, he's still in range with 10 games to go in this
96.
group. So you've done your job. You've kept tabs on the person who was flawless.
81.
It does, however, put a little bit more pressure on you to beat that person the next day. And if you can't, that's where you could be in a bit of bother.
140.
At the same time, though, if Jamie does do the card or finishes top even, the target is on his back.
134.
And, you know, he may feel that little bit of pressure tomorrow.
95.
But time will tell anyway. Let's concentrate on today.
26.
And that's what
Can you
Johnston's got to
require
do here. He can't
170?
take his eye off the ball. Otherwise, Kent could find exactly what he needs.
60.
It's a better start here in this first leg from the Norwegian, because it feels like he's gone missing for 3 games.
43. Can you require 110?
Yeah, so he's got a shot here. 110. So treble 18 was the target.
28. Stephen, you
Two
require
4 darts there
136.
into the 4.
60. Kent, you require 82.
This one is still up for grabs. Well, that's not a bad dart, actually. He can still leave the bull. What's he doing? Somebody get me a Norwegian calculator and return it.
59. Stephen, you require
He's just done a
76.
Jose de Souza. It doesn't
Action on
make
the
any
first
difference
leg, Stephen Johnston.
because Johnston takes the lead. Now, Sivertsen obviously thought
Second
that he
leg,
had
it's Kent to
68
throw
left,
first.
when
Yeah.
in fact he had 66.
Yeah, a miscount there. Cost him the leg. He didn't hit the ball as it happens, but
85.
It's probably a good thing he didn't hit the
yeah.
ball.
121.
I don't think you're going to get any sympathy from the Scot.
Absolutely not. Nope. He'd take his
84.
chances. He was left it, given the chance, and took it duly.
100.
Well, that's a 180, and don't call me Julie.
He
Sorry, Fred.
41.
We wouldn't even have that joke these days if it wasn't for Leslie Nielsen. What a genius.
43.
Airplane 2 or something like that, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't call me Shirley.
81. Stephen, you require 157.
Well, he's starting to run rampage here. Just when you think
59.
Sivertsen was starting to figure it out, to get himself back into the day, 4 points would be rather solid for a debut day.
137.
Well,
Stephen, you
hits a good
require
shot there to
98.
leave himself 73. But will he get a chance? He will.
58. Can
Just
you
got to get the
require
fundamentals right here.
73?
2 big singles. He gets them.
33.
That's a really good
Stephen, you
try for
require
tops.
40.
So top cent for Johnston. Can he use the barrel of his dart?
20.
He can't. So an
Kent, you
opportunity
require
now
40.
for Kent to take out this 40. To
Next
level
on
the
the
match,
second
takes
leg,
it out.
Kent
His
Sivertsen.
second dart.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
I think he would like to be the most famous Kent in the world. But unfortunately, there are other
100.
more famous Kents.
Jack 95.
Clark Kent, obviously. Roy Kent from the famous Ted Lasso show.
100.
Kent Brockman from The Simpsons.
99.
He's the famous newsreader who doesn't start without his Danish.
41. $59.
Curiously, Sivertsen's not Danish, he's Norwegian.
60.
You been to Norway?
I have a few times.
I'm sure you've probably won there.
Beautiful place I have, yes. I can't tell you when.
96.
Give me a second, I'll find out.
Norwegian Open, or the Norway Open.
60.
Did you play that in
Stephen, you
Bergen?
require 152.
Oslo we played. It could have been in Bergen though, another time.
100.
Bergen is such a beautiful coastal town, especially when you see it from up in the hills. It is glorious. Great country, great people.
Stephen, you require 52.
Superb food. But their
Edge
dart
on the
player is
third
2-1
leg,
down.
Stephen Johnston.
I took my mum to
Full flag,
her
it's
first ever
Kent to the
nightclub
first.
in Oslo.
Game on.
When we was over there, because my mum used to travel with me when I first started on the circuit. And I think Mum was like
100.
62 at the time. She was older than that, actually. And I took her to her first nightclub.
100.
She had a dance with Big Bob Taylor. She loved it.
Did he have his mullet at the time?
He did.
Bet that was fun then.
100.
4-time champion of the Norway Open. 99, 2000, 2004, 2005. It's not a bad hit rate out of 6 attempts.
Not bad.
100.
What even sounds better is that you've made the final every time you've been there. Oh, and that's all in there as well.
He.
This guy's got something. It's so close.
60. Stephen, you require.
You genuinely
84.
think that Stevie Johnston has got a really good level of play. He's a very,
shot
very
of full
good player.
flag,
That
Stephen
12 darter
Johnston.
proves it. And what he does in the future is very much up to him.
Fifth flag. It's
But there will be
Stephen to the
people watching
first.
this thinking,
Game on.
what else could he achieve if he wants to?
100.
Well, you were comparing him earlier to
81.
Gezi. With having the same physique
100.
and mentality kind of thing. A bit louder when he hits a winning double. I wonder if he can play
81.
rugby.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Or does he have a fish and chip shop?
43. $34.
Now, this is a position that Johnston will enjoy. He would love to get
58.
this game won in 5 legs. It would yield 8 points and a leg difference of +6 for the day.
60.
And that would make him very happy. But Sivertsen is staring bottom of the table in the face. And his leg difference could be in a really bad spot going into day 2.
100.
Needs a
59.
treble.
Stephen, you require
Can't find
100.
it. So chance now, Stephen, to take out the
6.
ton, but can't do it.
I think he did the right thing there. I don't think that was for tops. A lot of people might think he was trying to finish with a flurry.
100.
I think that was for
Stephen,
2
you require
singles.
40.
To leave this, to finish the
Shot
job,
and the match,
just
Stephen
like that.
Johnston.
That is an excellent game of darts from Stephen Johnston. It's not his biggest average of the day by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a very professional job where he averages more than 10 points better than his opponent, and his doubles were exemplary. 4 out of 8, and throughout the course of the day, he's been a thorn in the side of almost everybody. In fact, only Jamie Hughes beat him, and Jamie Hughes is next against Jack Tweddle.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Hello and welcome back. We've got 2 more games for you in this live session. The first live session of week 2 in Series 11. Jamie Hughes has been flawless today on the points. 8 from 8. He would like to have a perfect day, because if he gets it, he will start in the same fashion as Jeff Smith from last week. He had 5 from 5 on Monday. He would go on to be the week 1 champion, albeit with a few rough bumps along the way. Well, let's see what he can do against Jack Tweddle, who really has struggled on the doubles.
Game on.
He's 9 from 35 for the day, giving us our worst percentage of the 6 players. And even though his average isn't that bad at 87.5, Trina, Jack doesn't need to be a darting genius to figure out where it's gone wrong today.
No, it's been all about the doubles for Jack. His scoring's been great.
134.
His doubles have been shocking, to be fair.
He would agree.
He would.
100.
Curiously, Jamie Hughes has not lost today, and he's averaging 86.83, which is a lesser average than that of Tweddle today.
140.
And Jack is near the foot of the table. So, go figure.
Yeah, it just don't make sense sometimes, does it? But with darts like this,
108.
Jamie Hughes Having a great day today. Been very
45.
consistent.
Jamie, you require 164.
Like I say, over 50% on his doubling.
He's had a bit of a weird time on it.
92.
The maximums as well. Because in his first 3 games, he didn't get any. And then when he played his 4th game, he had 4.
84.
So
Jamie,
watch
you
out,
require
Jack.
72.
He's already got 1 in this game. He might be about to let the machine gun go. Double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
He looks impervious.
Jamie Hughes.
Jack had the better start in that leg, and it didn't make any difference.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and obviously Jack needs to break Hughes at some point in this match
131.
for him to take the victory. And like you say, if Jamie plays darts like that and his finishing
96.
so tight, he's going to be hard to beat.
And his finishing has been very tight today.
42.
You add that first leg into the mix, he is above 50% for the day. That makes him 13 from 25.
140.
Something might be brewing for Yozza this week if he keeps playing like this.
45.
And realistically, there's another gear. I mentioned his personal best in the previous game. Now, I'm not grading him on something that happened 7 years ago. Based on the talent that
136.
Hughes has. He's played well today, but there's definitely more.
100. Jamie require 129.
Just for a second there, I thought he might have been looking at the bullseye. Which wouldn't have been
89.
the silliest of shots. Just think about it this way. 129, you get a 25. Then you can go for the treble 18 twice, and if you get it with a single, you can lead double 16.
129. Jamie require
But he
40.
prefers tops.
He does prefer tops. And he takes
Game shot
it,
on the second
proves
leg.
it
Jamie Hughes.
with his first start, goes into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
Every Monday, we come into this building thinking, is this going to be the week where somebody is undefeated in Group A? It has never happened. Many times,
96.
someone has joined the 14-win club. I
45.
do believe Colin Osborne is actually part of the 14-win club. But if Hughes gets a perfect day, you never know.
140.
Maybe this week, that record will be broken.
95.
If I'm being honest, I hope it's not. Because I want this group to be quite tight, like it was last week. It was so exciting. Last Tuesday and Wednesday.
57.
A little bit more of that, if you please. But if Hughes keeps doing what he's doing, he could dominate this group.
99.
He could indeed. Like you said last week, was just nip and tuck, to and fro. There were so many scenarios that could happen.
134.
Well, this is great darts here from Jamie Hughes. Currently averaging 109.92 against
58.
Jack's
Jamie
90.75.
requires
So Jack not
74.
playing bad. Just Jamie just hard to beat.
54.
It's the first dart he's missed a double in this match. In his first game of the week, he was 4 from 4.
100. Jamie required 20.
The most darts he's had a double in a game is 12 today.
Game shot
And the
on
way
third
he's
leg,
finishing
Jamie
here, he's
Hughes.
not going to need 12 darts. He might need as few as 5.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Yeah, 16 dart leg there for Jamie. 104.86 currently.
100.
This is that next gear. And the thing that makes him even more dangerous is that he, in the past, has been able to sustain something like this for 11 legs, not 4.
90.
Oh, hang on. Right on the money. Cash in.
108.
Well, can it be?
He
Could we have a 9-darter
134.
here today on the
Jamie
first
require
day?
141.
141 it is. It's on.
45.
Just misses out.
Well, fair play to you, Jamie.
105.
You went for the right shot this time. And he's on for a 10-darter. If he finds that double 18, this average is going to be gigantic.
99. Jamie require 36.
He has taken Jack Tweddle so far to the cleaners.
$27.
And the average will drop.
Jackie requires
And the chance
78.
falls to Jack. He finds
Game
double
shot on the
12.
fourth leg, Jack Tweddle.
We get more darts. That's a good thing.
A bit of a wry smile there
Fifth
from
leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
Jack Tweddle.
Game on.
How many times do we see it? Somebody's on for a 9. 7 perfect darts and they end up losing the leg. I mean, it's not as if Yoza started missing loads and loads and loads of doubles. He missed 3. Anybody can do that.
75.
So we've got to give Tweddle credit. He took it as 14 dart leg with a 2-point combination. And that was a great leg of darts from him.
Yeah, again, given the opportunity and took it.
59.
We had a couple of 9-darters in the previous series from people who had already hit one
100.
in this building. Jared Cole and Connor Heenahan. I wonder who's going to be the next person to join the honour list of hitting a 9 in Portsmouth.
90.
I know some people who would love to get one. They've been trying for a good 2.5 years.
140.
Someone like Scott Taylor later in the week. Mike Warburton. He's been coming here since day 1. Wes Newton knows a thing or two about hitting a 9-darter. He's hit one at the Winter Gardens.
58.
Well, would have
Jamie
loved to
require
treble there.
160.
So chance now for Hughes. Take out this 160. That's the first one. Another one. Would have left tops.
100.
But finds a treble 20
Jackie
again.
require
With his third dart to leave
128.
himself 20.
Sustained brilliance. And he now gets a shot at 10s to finish this one off.
48. Jamie
To have the best
required
average of the
20.
day by over 10 points. He's going to split.
16.
It's still not done. And
Jackie
Jack is
required
still
80.
in this thing.
He finds a treble 20, so double 10, and he
Game
finds
shot on the
it.
fifth leg, Jack
He's
Tweddle.
really taking his chances that he's been given at the moment by Jamie Hughes. Scoreline
Sixth
stands
leg,
at
it's
3
Jack
legs to
throw
2.
First. Game on.
We were talking earlier in the game that the daily averages didn't make sense. Now this game doesn't make sense.
41.
Most of the day, Jack couldn't find a double if he had a periscope. And now he's 2 from 2.
131.
From 2 combination shots.
$30.
This is where having Jamie's mindset is a very, very big thing.
30.
Some people, they'd feel like they're crumbling at this point. They've missed multiple chances to win the match. What Jamie does is, he takes a step back, he takes a breath, and he says, right, back to work.
$59.
But it's not as easy as it once was. There could be trouble ahead.
Could indeed.
95.
I can't even see any moonlight or music. Sometimes you've got to face the music. And darts.
60.
I'm going to have to get Andy Bolton to record that track.
Yeah. Jack leaves himself torn when he returns. Can Hughes put some pressure on here?
105. Jack, you require 100.
Yeah, lovely thinking. There was nothing but trouble in the treble 20 department there. The 25 was a good play. However, it's another kill from Tweddle.
Jack Tweddle.
3 combination shots. Takes us all the way. And he was 3-0 down.
Final leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
He was looking to go out 4-0. And he's pulled it back to a deciding leg.
100.
Now his doubling has certainly been rectified in the last 3 legs.
This is quite astonishing.
50.
A matter of 4-5 minutes ago, Jamie was 3-0 up, sitting on double 18 after 9 darts. He misses 1 visit.
96.
And in the snap of fingers, it's 3-3.
$60.
Now, perish the thought that if Hughes walks away with 8 points instead of 10, his confidence has been taking a bit of a whack before he resets for tomorrow.
95.
I couldn't finish the game with a 9 darter. How about a 170 finish?
45.
Jack
Jamie
just can't
require
find
170.
his scoring power now. His doubling's been great.
134.
Well, that's super darts there. By Jamie Hughes, he leaves himself 36.
And it's 36 again for the match.
140.
The last time
Jamie required 36.
he missed it, and Tweddle exposed him. He doesn't miss it this time. And it's a perfect Monday for Yozza, who really was in sparkling form right there. His average could have been well over 112, but it is the first average which has gone over the 100 mark today. 40% on the doubles looks pretty good, but most of those misses cost him the match a little bit sooner. Tweddle figures it out on the doubles, but it wasn't enough because he loses by 4 legs to 3. 1 more game to go. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've had a very interesting day, and arguably we've just had match of the day between Jamie Hughes and Jack Tweddle. It was 3-0 Hughes, and eventually he gets a 4-3 win, which sees him to the top of the table. That's where he will sit overnight. He cannot be caught. 10 points, a very buoyant leg difference, and he's beaten everybody he's played today. It'll be interesting to get his views, and he's downstairs in our interview room with Robbie Dove.
Well, Jamie, done and dusted for Monday. How are you feeling after what I would describe as a pretty splendid day?
Yeah, I don't think it could have gone any better, if I'm being honest with you. You know, obviously this is my first time starting from Group A on the Monday morning, so I don't think I could have asked for a better first day.
I mean, you seem really, comfortable, confident up there. 5 wins, 5 pretty reasonable, decent averages as well. Ton topper to ends. How do you think it went in terms of your numbers?
I've stopped looking at the averages, if I'm being honest, because I think you can get bogged down with, because it's like I played, I think it was Kent, and there was one bad leg, and it makes your average look bad, but you ain't played bad. So I just think, I just try and take, I played well apart from that leg. So that's just what I try and take from the games. Now I don't look at the averages.
And even that one was a 4-0 win in your favour, so I guess it is just a confidence thing.
Yeah, I'm looking more at the gameplay and trying to work on that myself, how to react in certain situations when the pressure's on and things like that, and it looks like it's working.
What about that last game then? Time topper in the average. I know you're not looking at the average per se, you're nearly on for the perfect leg, but then Jack made you work for it, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I lost the leg, so, but that was my own fault. I had 3 clear at 36, he shouldn't have been coming back, so I've got to it's my own fault.
Anything in particular you're particularly proud of today in terms of your performances, or is it just an all-round decency from yourself?
No, to be honest, I've just come and played, and they've gone in when they've had to gone in. Tomorrow might be a different day, and it might be a different story tomorrow. So hopefully I'll play like that tomorrow and 5 wins again, hopefully.
How do you approach tomorrow? Similar to today?
Exactly the same, and hopefully exactly the same results.
Well, best of luck. Congratulations. 5 wins out of 5. Can't go much better than that, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, great to hear from Jamie, who's feeling very relaxed. After a few stumbles, he was still able to forget about the averages and move forward. And he's exactly right in what he says. Because if you've won 5 out of 5 and you haven't lost a game in your daily campaign, why would you change anything? And dart players are creatures of habit. So I wouldn't be surprised if he wakes up at the same time tomorrow, has the same breakfast, and does the same practice routines, because if it works, It's not broken, so you don't have to fix it.
Will he wear the same shirt? Do we see, like last week, if you remember,
First leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Jeff wore his
Game on.
red shirt on the following day and lost all his games. So, you know, we do get a bit suspicious as darts players, you know.
Yeah, we do. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hughes
50
has
serve.
got multiple shirts in the same colour.
That's what I meant. I didn't actually mean him. No. He could wash it through, mind. Who knows?
Weirdly, Jeff Smith on his X account after Saturday night
60.
did reference the fact that it may have been the pork belly he had on Tuesday, or it could have been the shirt, because the daily campaigns went pretty well
100.
when he had the original Monday morning shirt on. The hot players are very superstitious.
Yeah, they are indeed. Jeff actually said he was going to bin his red shirt.
140.
So whether he did or not, or whether that was just words.
I think he'll find someone who'll want to take it off his hands.
Yeah, he may not choose to wear it again, that's for sure.
Yeah, we might see Colin in red this week. It'd be nice to see him in his old school red with the black stars. That used to be his signature shirt.
Like you say, Middlesbrough
60.
colours.
He's had a pretty good day.
78.
He's looked very assured at times. He's averaging 91.51 for the day, with nearly 52% on his doubles. They are elite numbers when it comes to the Modus Super Series.
100.
But he's only won 2 games from 4. That's the problem. If he walks away with 4 points
98.
for all of
Bradley
today,
require
he will be
141.
displeased. Well,
51.
this would be a nice way to
Colin
get cracking
requires
here.
68.
Treble 20, the target. 8 for tops.
48.
And he's a bit short.
Bradley, you require
Yeah, I
90.
think Bradley thought he was going to just step up and hit tops. He was ready for leg 2.
Well, that bent the wire.
Game
That
shot
one
on the
didn't. That
first
was
leg.
smack bang in the
Bradley
middle
Ruse.
of the bed. Bradley takes the first
Second
leg,
leg, it's
leads
Bradley to
by
throw
1 leg
first.
to 0.
Oh, how things can change in as little as 4 darts. Osborne misses tops. Ruse takes out 90. And we have a very different game now.
Yeah, and of
43.
course that was a break of throw. But it's okay breaking the throw. You've got to back it up by winning your own leg.
95. $140. $85.
Yeah, there's a good dart from Colin there. That's the kind of dart he wants to start the visit with. If your best dart is always the last one, you don't think you're playing that well. But if you're constantly finding your treble with dart 3, that will frustrate your opponent if they watch what you're doing. And if you see what Bradley's
82.
doing right there, peering around Colin's shoulder, he wants to know exactly what he's hitting.
Well, that's super darts there.
108.
From Bradley Ruse. Leaves himself on 80. And Colin really needs to put in a big score here. Treble 19, he would love.
83. Bradley, you require 80.
So Bradley, 80 now. 20 for tops. Just moving across slightly.
60. Colin, you require
When you do that,
156.
you are making the shot a little longer. And you have to compensate for that. Now that the 156 is dead, we can look at the intricacy of this table
100.
with very
Bradley
interested
required
eyes.
20.
Because if Ruse wins, he's going to be joining Osborne on 4 points. Well, how does he hit this? I think his best way of hitting double 10 is to knock the second dart out.
He's almost got to float it over the top of them 2 darts.
Look where he's throwing it from. Oh!
Edge on the second
What
leg.
a dart.
Bradley Ruse.
What a dart indeed.
Is he Bradley Ruse or Luka Doncic?
Third leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Nothing but net. Fabulous. He didn't even... Oh, he did show us an eyebrow flick in the end. Yes, we saw that.
96.
If I had a dart like that, I'd be doing cartwheels.
That was a supreme dart. Like you say, thrown from the angle he was as well. He'd got to compensate for the length of throw that he was thrown from. And he judged it perfectly.
$95.
Yeah, Colin from the northeast of England, but spent a lot of his time in Derbyshire over the last 20-odd years.
100.
Of course, there has been, from the northeast of England, a major women's champion, of course, Linda Itherald. Won the World Masters a few years ago.
She did. I remember playing her in it.
60.
Great player.
Yeah, played for County Durham. I always like to give Anne Kirk a mention.
58.
Oh, bless Anne. Yeah.
World Master.
Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk, as she was Scotland's captain.
I always remember seeing a picture of Anne with that World Masters trophy, and it looked like a pretty hard lift.
140.
Yeah. Almost as big as her.
Yeah, like when Fallon Sherrick won the World Match Play at the Winter Gardens, she was holding it for the trophies. And as soon as the cameras were done,
Colin,
can
you
you take
require
this off me, please? It's
110.
very heavy. Great shot. It's going to be 10 for top, surely.
$70.
Now, Ruse is not in the frame. And he'll fancy that this leg is toast. You've got to leave yourself on something handy just in case it isn't.
Oh, and he does so
137.
indeed.
Colin, you require
Look at that, leaves
40.
himself 86. May get the opportunity, but he
It's
may
on the
not.
Third leg. Colin Osborne.
And that's the third lead taken by Colin Osborne.
Fourth leg. It's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
I can't, in this table, believe that
60.
Osborne is going to land in Group C this week. I just can't foresee it. I can see him winning this group or going into Group B. But if he does go into Group C, he could renew rivalries with a certain Wes Newton. Those two were around at the turn of the noughties and the tens, shoveling PDC titles into their CV. And if you saw them at the thick end of a PDC ranking event, you wouldn't be surprised. I think one of the biggest surprises was that Colin Osborne was never put in the Premier League.
45.
Around 2009, we thought it was destiny that he was going to be in the 2010 Premier League. It just didn't happen.
40.
This game's just gone a little flat. It needs a lift.
140.
Oh, that will help.
I don't care whether you're playing your 260th game or whether it's just your 5th.
44.
But the last game of the day is always the toughest mentally and physically. Consequently, this is Osborne's 260th game at the Modus Super Series.
59.
Well, it's no wonder he's tired then. He's having a few loose starts at the moment.
81.
Does find the trouble
Bradley
with his last
required
start to leave himself a finish.
137.
Ruse got the chance. This 137.
$59. Colin, you require
Yeah, didn't look good.
141.
Not close to a treble with any shot there.
Oh, I think he changed his mind at the last minute. He was going to go down first. And then changed his mind.
83.
It's pretty effective.
Bradley requires 78.
But this would be as well to re-establish a two-leg cushion. It's awkward. It has to be the left-hand side.
58. Colin, you require 58.
Well, doesn't judge it as well as he judged the double 10 in his earlier leg. So tops now. Double 10.
48.
Oh, now
Bradley requires
the wizard
20.
may have run out of spells.
Game shot on
And
the fourth
Ruse
leg.
is
Bradley
right
Ruse.
there for a 3-1 lead. If he gets this victory,
Fifth leg. It's Colin to throw first.
he's going to stop
on.
Colin Osborne from joining Andreas Harrison on 161 wins in his Modus Super Series career. Now, I'm sure he's going to get another win this week.
140.
But Colin would love to be part of the upper echelons of history of this place. He's been here since the beginning.
93.
There are things he has yet to do. Hitting a 9-darter, he had a crack at that earlier. Winning a series, he's still got a chance at that this year.
85.
At one point, he had played the most games here, but he has been somewhat overtaken in the last few series by the likes of Neil Duff, Scott Taylor,
96.
Steve West. But he has overtaken Conan Whitehead today on the all-time list. And he is, of course, our first series champion.
97.
Well, he's looking good for this leg.
134.
So that is a great shot there from Bradley. And 99 left.
140. $58.
It's
Colin, you
okay.
require
At least it's a
39.
finish. Try and see the positives. It could have been better. It isn't. You move on. But it is a
19.
chance to win.
Bradley, you require
And this could have
120.
a huge effect on his leg difference and a bad effect on Osborne's. For a 6-leg swing and to have the same points as Osborne, it's tops.
80. Colin, you require 20.
So a chance now for Colin. Double 10. Double 5 then. Well,
10.
and he can't find it.
Bradley, you require 40.
Another chance for Bradley.
This should be the end. But it's not. He feathers the last one. It comes out too late.
10.
And Osborne is still alive. Missing it outside will not be a marker. He will have to move. Tremendous shot. Oh boy. That is a seriously precise shot.
I was looking at the other side of the bed there,
Sixth
thinking he was
flag,
going
it's
to
Bradley
use
to throw first. Game on.
the barrel of the dart that goes for the opposite side of the bed and pins it.
Yeah, he goes 2 millimetres to the right. That's in tops. He's left a mark in that double 5. An indelible mark.
$70.
So Bradley, favourite for this leg and the match, as he's thrown first, but you never know what's going to happen today.
We've had a few games like this today where someone's just deflated the balloon a little bit. Game 3, Ruse against Sivertsen. That was a bit flat. Hughes against Sivertsen. Jamie didn't have to play well there. In fact, Jamie has indeed had a range today of top average to low average of 28 points. Colin's range has been really tight until this match. In fact, the lowest average he's had today, 89.37 until this.
Well, super darts there from Bradley. Leave himself on 24. Can he pressurise
140.
that shot? He does.
Bradley required 24.
He's already missed 3 for the match at tops. So Osborne asks another question. This time, Bradley's got the answer. And in the battle of former weekly winners, this one goes
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen the climax of our Group A day here on day one, and these are the last 6 results. Bradley Ruse doing a very effective job in the end, just taking advantage maybe of a slightly tired Colin Osborne, who had a very good day but only walks away with a couple of wins. Stevie Johnston picking up a win in his last match, and also Jamie Hughes, who picked up his 5th of the day at the expense of Jack Tweddle. As far as our table is concerned, well, it's pretty simple, because Jamie Hughes, winning 5 from 5, he's top of the table on 10 points, with Stevie Johnston on 8, Osborne and Ruse on 4, and Trina Gulliver. It's been a brilliant day for Jamie Hughes. Just how happy is he going to be that no matter what the standard was thrown at him, he was able to be better?
Yeah, he's had a very rock-solid day, and yeah, he'll be really, really pleased, and he obviously had the chance as well of the 9, and but yeah, a solid performance from Jamie today.
He did have a chance at the 9, but this was in a leg that he would ultimately lose. Now, Jamie's a very relaxed character. When you've got a chance to have a perfect leg, and he's never had one here before, I know he's going to be disappointed, but his ability to smile at the end of it, does that just show how he can deflect disappointment?
He's a very level-headed guy, and you know, he's quite laid back, and yeah, so he's you know, he's got the great temperament for the game kind of thing, and he's hard to read as well. So, which is yeah,
you can see he hits the treble 2 there. He was hoping for a leave of double 18, which ultimately he did get, but when he comes back to the board, he misses double 18 a couple of times, he misses double 9, and Jack Tweddle takes that leg, and it ends up going to 3-3, and at this point you're thinking, is this group turning around?
yeah, absolutely. You know, he was 3-0 ahead, and you wasn't expecting it to go to the 3-3, but it did indeed, and yeah, he just managed to get over the line in the last leg.
The level that we saw from Jamie, we obviously know that he averaged over 100 in that last game, but all of the other stuff was good. Apart from the game against Kent Sivertsen, he averaged about 72 in that game, but he was able to just get rid of that, and predominantly today, it looked really promising, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that was his worst game of the day, but he was still a winner, and he got over the line there. And but yeah, he put that behind him, didn't let him affect his following games, and yeah, he was very, very good today. Very impressed.
One of the intricacies of this format as well is that if you have a perfect day, but somebody else is perfect apart from when they play you, they're not that far away. And Stevie Johnston, 4 wins out of 5. He's becoming a bit of a part of the furniture here. He comes here most series. He was very effective, wasn't he?
He was. It was very solid, and you know, he picked out some really good shots, and his doubling was quite good as well. So his all-round game has been good today.
If he can measure the fire over the course of the week. Now, we have seen him have disappointing times here at the Modus Super Series before, not qualifying for Saturdays, but now that he's getting the habit of making it, can he measure the amount of passion that he's got throughout the week to make sure he's got enough for Saturday potentially?
I'm sure he can, yeah. He's, you know, he's got off to a great start today, only 1 loss, and going into tomorrow, he'll be happy with that.
Do you think it maybe is a point that he's playing Sivertsen in the first game tomorrow, so if he can get the better of the Norwegian, he can put immediate pressure on Jamie Hughes?
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, and Kent's not played very well today. He's been a bit disappointing, and he'll second that as well.
Jamie's going to play against Jack Tweddle. Now, at the start of the day, he was second favourite for the week. How did it go today for Jack? Was it all about the doubles or was there something else going on?
I think it was all about the doubles. I mean, when he did get the doubles later on in the day, his scoring went off slightly. So he didn't get the combination right together. But his doubles have been a major factor in today's results for him. And his scoring to start off with was great, but his doubles were shocking.
Colin Osborne started pretty well today. He was off and running with a very tight win, but he walks away from today with 2 wins from 5. How do you think he's feeling?
He'll probably feel a bit hard done by on them. You know, he'd have liked a better day, obviously. But he is where he is. So he'll go into... He's got loads of experience, hasn't he? And he'll go into tomorrow with a fresh pair of eyes and, you know, he'll be gunning for everybody tomorrow. So
he's not going to feel too disappointed about the fact that he's only got 2 wins. He'll just think that he's got to make a bigger move on Tuesday than usually he would have.
Well, there's 2 more days to go, isn't there? So nothing's lost. So it's, you know, anything's possible. Jamie could have a very different day tomorrow, as they all can, and it's just see how things go.
He was defeated by Bradley Ruse in his last match. Colin's level all day was exceptional. It was between 89 and 93. That's almost what you want to do when you come here. But will he be disappointed, Osborne, that his level dropped off by about 6 or 7 points towards the end?
Yeah, he will be on that. And maybe a little bit of fatigue creeping in for the day. His doubling was great as well before that match. And there's a little bit of fatigue, I think, played a part in that last game.
Bradley Ruse, we spoke at the start of the show today about how Group A was a bit of a nightmare for him the last time. 15 games, 15 losses, and it would be ultimately 17 games and 17 losses the last time he was here at the start of series number 11. But the fact is, today he was a lot more resolute, wasn't he?
He was, and he got better as the day went on as well. And, you know, he had a narrow 4-3 loss in his first game. But as the day went on, his scoring got better and his finishing got better. And how he found that double 10, I have no idea.
I don't know either, actually. But what do we expect from tomorrow based on what we've seen today from certain players? What would stick out for you as a performance from tomorrow? What are you expecting?
Well, Jamie will be hoping to carry it on through. Kent will want to be obviously wanting to improve vastly on his thing. You know, Stephen's doing very well in second place, and Collins will want to up his game a little bit as well.
Well, thanks, Trina. It's been a great first day. But we're not done yet. We've got more darts coming your way because Bo Greaves is coming up. We're going to have the story of the brilliant current women's world champion coming up straight after this. So if you hadn't had your fix of darts, don't worry. We've got you covered on Pluto TV because there's more coming your way. Speaking of which, tomorrow from 9:30 a.m, we've got more coming your way from this group situation. Just to make sure that you don't miss it, make sure that you've got the Pluto app, and make sure you join us tomorrow. We'll see you then. Take care.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty